All right, everybody, appreciate the patience this afternoon with
I'll get this. I got it. I got it. I got it. Nothing will work after that.
I'll sit here with you.
Oh, got it.
once we get started, I'll hold you to that. We gotta wait to get started here. So just finishing conditioning the last couple of lanes here for B squad. Billy Hardwick pattern, the pattern that's out there, 44 feet in length. And I'll tell you what, definitely, it's not quite AMF Riviera wall-to-wall, elbow-to-elbow on a Friday night in here right now, but you definitely got to suck your gut in to get between some of the spaces in the crowd here inside of Clutch Lanes and Sports Center. As a lot of fans here getting ready to watch B Squad, some of the fans hanging around from A Squad as well, and some of the players from A Squad hanging around. Got to enjoy a nice spread put out by Chris Ritzinger and the rest of the staff here at Clutch Lanes and Sports Center. You had pork, pulled pork loin, corn dogs. I mean, you couldn't say you can't find anything you don't want to eat on that buffet that they had out there. So we want to thank Chris for that. I want to thank our local sponsors as well to help bring this event to Clutch Lanes and Sports Center. Surfside, Carbless, Budweiser, and Cutwater, all great supporters of Clutch Lanes and Sports Center. And we want to thank our sponsors for 10 on the Deck Productions that help get us down here. And to every one of our PBA regional events that 10 on the Deck Productions live streams, whether it's through the PBA YouTube channel, PBA regional page, or other streaming services. And that includes H5G Brands. Check out some of the new 2025 PBA swag out at h5gbrands.com, and the PBA LBC National Championships 2025 edition coming to you from Bolero Mount Prospect starting May 31st. Get all your tournament info at pba.com/LBC tournament. Bobby Jacob coming in with the announcements, and the bowlers will have 12 and a half minutes of practice, and we'll get started. About halfway through practice here. We'll give you the full field rundown once we get started in competition play. There are some notables on this squad, though, off the PBA Tour. Eric Jones, Zeke Bate, off the PBA50 Tour. Oh, and Bailey Maverick off the PBA Tour as well. Off Cam Crow off the PBA Tour. Off the PBA50 Tour, Parker Bone III, Don Hogue, Dave Johnson, Wayne Webb, the Hall of Famer, Robert Smith, Maximum Bob. We have some solid regional players as well. Carlton Chambers, your reigning Central Region Player of the Year with Ryan Liederbach. So lots of star power as well on B Squad. We'll go over the A Squad scores as well. We'll put the link in the chat shortly for that score link so you can view the scores as you like. About 5.5 minutes of practice left. And from Clutch Lanes and Sports Center in Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio, this is the PBA50 PBA Doubles. Clutch Lanes Central Open. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm $2 Phil Brillo taking you through B Squad. 8 games of qualifying to roll here on the Billy Hardwick pattern, 44 feet in length. Got a couple of PBA Hall of Famers on this squad. We got a couple of guys that do well on the PBA Regional Tour, and we've got a bunch of guys that might even be trying to take down their first regional title here in Cuyahoga Falls. So we've got about a minute of practice remaining. We'll get out to the lanes now, and we'll give you the rundown of all the players across all 24 lanes in play, as Zeke Bate committing vandalism here on lane 7. I think somebody hit the reset button on him when he was going up to shoot. Zeke Bate, of course, took down his regional title at Coldwater last year. You got to see that step ladder on the PBA YouTube channel. If you haven't seen it yet, go watch it. Zeke takes down a couple of big names in H.A. Johnson and E.J. Tackett during that step ladder final run. And that's one of the biggest prizes in the regional tour. For the PBA, with $10,000 at Playmore Lanes and Coldwater. If you don't get Coldwater, you can walk away with $10K, and we'll show you Zeke $10K in a little while as practice entering its last few seconds, as you can see there on the scoreboards. We'll give you a rundown of all the players that are in the top 8 from A squad, because we're taking 12 teams total. So, and with the big gap there is between 6th and 8th, yeah, we only need to really run down 8th. We'll put the live scoring link in the chat as well. And Ricky, notice that you're looking to see who's on 17 and 18. Well, it's pretty easy that you can select any pair and play. If you open up the description underneath the video you're watching here in the main feed, you'll see a link to all the other pair feeds. We have all 24 lanes in play. Right-click on one of those feed links. Open a new tab, because that way you can keep us on in here, because we'll have special guests in the booth during qualifying. We'll have score updates. We'll follow hot hands. If somebody's going for a 300 game, we'll have it in here. And then you can follow your favorite player as they move from pair to pair through those live stream links in the description of the video that you're watching. So I hope that helps you out, Ricky. I'll get down to 17, 18 shortly as we continue to move along here. We'll let you start off, though, with your bowlers here on 1 through 4. We'll go down all 24 lanes here in game 1. Dino Castillo is your bowler A. Eric Jones, your B on lane 1 and 2. Sorry, the scoreboard's cut off. We'll get that fixed in a little bit. Looks like somebody bumped our equipment during the break. Frank Cole as a double A on lane 2, along with Hayden Stipich. Stipich made his mark in the PBA Tour qualifying back in August. Hard to believe. Can't believe I'm saying your senior player on lane 3, bowler A, is Carlton Chambers. Doesn't seem like Carlton should be 50. Let's play with Chandler Stevens, your A and B then, respectively, on 3. Andrew Reddig and Adam Jazwiak are your bowlers double A, double B on 3 and 4. Unfortunately for Reddig, he's started with a pocket 710. Reddig took down his first regional title at the 2023 Central Region PBA50 RPI when it was held at Delphos Bowling Center in Delphos, Ohio. And no bounce on the 710 for Reddig on that spare attempt. So your scores from A squad: Dave Waka, Don Barrett dominated that squad. Fell back a little bit in Game 8, but still 82-pin advantage over second place for Waka and Barrett. They were at plus 386. Randy Weiss, Sean Lavery Spar. Just a consistent performance all day for those two players. They finished at plus 304. Michael Haggett and Graham Fa. Tell you what, Graham Fa's back is a little heavy after carrying Haggett. Haggett had some troubles today. They still got the plus 300 as a team to be in third. Tom Adcock, Jake Peters, plus 272 in fourth. Fifth place, Mitch Beasley, Nate Purchase at plus 268. And a team that made a charge the last 4 games. They were well under after 2. But Tom Doherty and Sean Maldonado bounced back to get to plus 234, and they're in 6th place on the squad. So we're taking 12 teams to tomorrow's match play rounds. The top 4 qualifiers will receive a 1-round bye in that bracket. So the teams here on B squad know they're looking at that plus 234 by Doherty and Maldonado if they want to get in, most likely, because it is a gap back, 53 pins to Michael Runk and Brandon Runk at plus 181, and then it's 108 pins back from there to Verbal and Larson. So Runk and Runk, severe sweat here because they left a lot of room for teams to get ahead of them in the standings before they get to Doherty and Maldonado. So we could have a few teams from B squad piling up as we go along. So let's go over to lanes 5 through 8. On 5 and 6, Jack Jurek, your bowler A, Kevin Bianco, your bowler B, Charles Farrell, your bowler double A, and your reigning Central Region Player of the Year, Ryan Liederbach, is your bowler double B. We talked to Ryan during A squad this morning. He was kind enough to sit in for a game with us. Said he probably wasn't going to be in urethane. And looking at that shiny little ball in his hand right now, it's definitely not a urethane. Over on 7 and 8, Maximum Bob is your bowler A. Robert Smith teamed up with Zeke Bate, your bowler B. As Bate, as we mentioned earlier, took down his first regional title in Coldwater last year. They're paired up with John Shreve Jr. and Vincent Ballar, your double A, double B, respectively, on 7 and 8. And it looks like we got ourselves a little bit of a breakdown on lane 7. Hopefully it won't take the players out of their rhythm. We'll come back to this pair once it gets started again. Let's go to 9 through 12. Bowler A, Jerry Rich. Bowler B, Casey Kogan. PBA Hall of Famer Wayne Webb, your bowler double A. Brendan Miller, your double B on 9 and 10. Wayne Webb was in the area of Chris Ritzinger early asking why he doesn't have his high 4 game in the house set up over a pair of lanes here, so they're discussing making a sign for Wayne. And on 11 and 12, it's Ronald Reitzel and Jeremy Hughes, your A and B. There is no double A, double B. That's blinded out because Mr. Kevin McCune was supposed to bowl his father Eugene, but Kevin's a little busy today for good purpose, as he's in the opening match at the PBA Players Championship at Dave Small's Jack 60 this evening, 7 p.m. Eastern Time, your start time. For that FS1 telecast, we're going to be wrapping up pretty close to that start time. I was planning on enjoying that preliminary stepladder here at Clutch Lanes, and I won't have to wait too long for it to start. Go right from calling bowling to watching bowling. There's the Hall of Famer Wayne Webb trying to attack this 44-foot pattern pretty direct. Yeah, it's got a chance for the 2, and he covers it quite well. Well, I see Jeff Dillon in the chat says Eric Jones will be leading. Well, here's the problem, though. You can be the high single all you want. I mean, Graham Fa proved that a little earlier today with Graham Fa shooting plus 347, a 243.38 average, 14 pins higher than the next best person in the field. Problem is, it's a doubles tournament, so you got to make sure your partner does something. And unfortunately for Fa, his partner only mustered a minus 47 with Michael Haggett. They're still way up there in the standings, but they're not first. So Eric can throw a ton out there. We know it. We've seen it before. It's a matter of you got to get your partner along with you. All right, let's take you over to 13 through 16. 13 and 14, you've got Ron Hurt, your bowler A. Gene Perez, your bowler B. Chuck Lupica, your bowler double A. Antonio Vernon, your double B. 15 and 16, Dave Johnson, your bowler A. Frank Testa, your bowler B. Robert Burrs, your double A. Dean Vargo, your double B. Vargo has won in this building in the past. And one thing to keep in mind as we move along, too, your PBA 50 player is your A or double A on your score sheet. I know sometimes it's a little tough to follow. I messed up a couple times this morning. But unfortunately, they don't have lane talk here, so we have the cameras on the scoreboards. And in order to facilitate player movement from pair to pair, unfortunately, sometimes the best thing to do is just A, B, double A, double B, or A, B, C, D, because players know where they're at, pair to pair, and most of the fans in the building are following them from pair to pair anyway. You can follow your favorite player from pair to pair as well. We have all the pair feeds listed. If you look in the description, open that description box underneath the video you're watching, and you can open any of the other pairs. I'd say right-click on it, because that way you can open it up in a new tab. Keep us on here as we get special guests. We give you updates on scores, follow hot hands, and then you can follow your favorite player all the way through. So, Frosty, you can open up the pair feed for 5 through 8, and you can watch Robert Smith on lanes 7 and 8 to start with, and he'll move to lanes 11 and 12 in game 2. We'll give you the updates here in the main feed. At the conclusion of each game, let you know how many pairs bowlers are moving, so you can follow along on those tabs as well. All right, everybody, who's your pick to get out of the stepladder tonight? Who's your pick? The 5 players in that preliminary stepladder. That's going to make it out. I mean, you got that opening match. Kevin McCune versus Nick Pate. Winner takes on Anthony Simonson. Winner takes on Sterner. Winner takes on Belmonte for the last match on that preliminary stepladder show. I feel Simonson's got something to prove. I honestly think Simonson, he might not win the whole thing, but I think he can win 3-4 matches. I mean, he'd have to win 7 matches to take down the title. We saw Belmo win 6 when he won the 2023 Tournament of Champions. He came out of that preliminary stepladder that year and then ran the ladder the next day. So it can be done. I think Simo's got a little something to prove after the USBC Masters. And he doesn't have to prove it to anybody. He's just proving it to himself. I mean, his record stands on its own, obviously. But drop it in the chat. Who do you think's going to take down that preliminary stepladder tonight? And then tomorrow during match play, well, then we'll obviously talk about who's going to take down the title at the PBA Players Championship. Just dropped the live scoring link for this event in the chat on YouTube, so you can click on that link. It'll open a new tab for you. And you can see all the scores from A Squad, and you can follow your scores game after game here on B Squad as we try to get to our top 12 for tomorrow. Kenny Seymour leaving the building. For everybody that's a Kenny Seymour fan, and we know there's a couple of you out there, Kenny Seymour is leaving the building. Promises to be back tomorrow. So we're going to hold Kenny to that. Let's get you over to our players on 17 through 20. Joseph Gomez, Scott McIntyre Jr., your A and B on 17. On 18, Bill Rowe, your double A, Zach Wilkins, your double B. Oh, that's Canadian carry right there. I don't care what you say. When you can take down the 2-8 with a roller on the head pin. And of course, Bill Rowe has represented Canada in many international competitions for decades. And Zach Wilkins, you've seen his face numerous times on PBA Tour telecasts over the last couple of seasons. Over on 19 and 20, Don Hogue, the man who holds the house record here at Clutch Lanes and Sports Center with 878. Don, the pro shop proprietor inside of AMF Riviera Lanes, where they're going to have the Tournament of Champions starting Monday. Hogue, your A, bowling with Joe Bailey. Joe Bailey, one of the most, still to this day, heartbreaking losses I've ever seen in PBA regional competition, and it was on the Shining Star stage for regional players at the Regional Players Invitational, the inaugural comeback edition that was held in January of 2022 for the 2021 season. Bailey lost to Carlos Granados by less than a mark after Granados had a miracle conversion of the 4-6-10 in the 9th frame of the championship match. I still remember, I couldn't believe how hard that 6-pin bounced out of the pit and took the 4 out for Granados. Still feel a little bit for Joe Bailey every time I see him. Nothing against Carlos Granados, because Carlos is a hell of a gentleman. Just one of those breaks bowling sometimes gives you. And it takes away from somebody else. John Brackway is your double A, Tyler Meredith your double B on 19 and 20. And we'll get over to our final pairings here. Momentarily, 24 lanes in play here at Clutch Lanes and Sports Center. Yeah, once again, remember, you can follow your favorite player. We've got all the live stream links, all 24 lanes, in groups of 4 in the description below or on the main landing page for the PBA YouTube channel. There's Don Hogue. It's a crossover, but we're going to take it. You can see a little fist pump there for Don. Gets him out to a 6-bagger. His team, with Frank Testow, to really start. And a hot start at that. Let's get you over to our final pairings here on 21 through 24. John Verbich, powerful lefty out of Indiana, bowling with Bailey Maverick. He's your A and B on lane 21. Lane 22, Emilio Morris Sr. is bowling with Logan Hanneman, your double A and double B. There you see the powerful lefty, Cameron Crowe. He's your double B, bowling with PBA Hall of Famer Parker Bowen III. Parker having some struggles in this game. Not quite an all-or-nothing game, but you can definitely use his score sheet as an eye chart at the moment. Got 3 splits on the board. He's got a 3-bagger to offset part of that. Crowe, though, front 6 helps offset Parker's struggles momentarily. They're bowling with Jeff Safino and Matt White. Safino and White have won in this building a couple of times back in the late 20-teens. Looking to get back in the winner's circle here at Clutch Lanes and Sports Center.
Little circle right here that says 10. And it's like this big.
We're going to get you back down to 9 and 10 momentarily, as we have a player with the front 8, Casey Cohagen. He's teamed up with Jerry Rich. Cohagen, the under 50 part of that team. Hey, ringing 10. Thanks for watching. Appreciate that. I don't know how anybody can consider this fake bowling right now. Binary anti-communist, but okay. And please don't say string pins are fake bowling, because it's not that much different now. It may have been 3-4 years ago when the original pin setters came out that were real easy to knock down. Short strings and all kinds of goofy things, but I think when the best in the world, E.J. Tackett, says he would bowl 100 times out of 100 times on the string pins, and he's confident enough about those string pins to put him in his bowling center. I wouldn't call it fake. Different? Sure. Fake? No, it's not fake. And if you look at free fall stuff on occasion, there's enough times that you could see weird pinfalls, sliding pins across the deck that still stand up. We've seen enough YouTube videos out there. We're going to get over to Casey Cohagen. He's going to be stepping up on the left side of your screen, lane 9, after Wayne Webb completes his delivery. And Webb gets the 10 to go late. See what Cohagen can do here. His partner's struggling a bit for Jerry Rich, but he's holding him in right now. Get there! Take it down! Are you kidding me? There you go. There's more fake bowling there. That pin should have been knocked over, should have went away. As soon as that other head pin touched the 10, should have vaporized. Let's see here. Free throw 92. I like that question. We'll talk about it in game 2. You're getting near the end of game 1. And for those of you joining a 10 on the deck production for a PBA regional live stream for the first time, let me introduce you to the crew. Hi. Hi there. My name's $2 Phil, and I'm a bowlaholic. Yeah, I'm it. So some of you might be Bowl TV subscribers. They do a great job. They have 2, 3, 4 people usually working at an event, and they bust their tails to bring you some coverage. Hey, I'm my own entity. I got to make it affordable for the proprietors to bring me in for these regional events, because they don't get any assistance other than the local sponsors they drum up. Once again, for those local sponsors, I want to thank Surfside, I want to thank Cutwater, and I want to thank Carbless, along with Budweiser, to help put this event on here in Cuyahoga Falls. And I want to thank my own sponsors with H5G Brands, official merchandiser of the PBA and the PBA LBC National Championships. But, yeah, we got to make it affordable for the proprietors. They pay enough already for hosting a regional event. And usually we end up live streaming our events on the respective Facebook page for those regions. and carry the pair feeds on my own personal host site. But because of the number of PBA Tour and PBA50 Tour stars in this event, the PBA was kind enough to open up their YouTube channel to us, and we're streaming everything for there. We know there's a lot more people that subscribe to PBA YouTube than subscribe to the regional pages. And we appreciate you taking your Saturday afternoon and tuning in and watching some unique doubles play with the PBA50 and PBA doubles team formats. So Cuyahoga got robbed. Since I'm 2 hour filling on the call, PJ's my graphics guy. Come on, PJ, drop that in. Hey, all right, up next game 2-8, and Phil Bob's the production assistant. Phil Bob's got to get on the graphics on the lane feeds, and we're going to give you a little break on the audio commentary for a moment. We'll talk about that Belmonte question that Free Throw 92 threw out there, and we'll do that in game 2. Coming up next here from Clutch Lanes and Sports Center in Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio. This is the PBA50 PBA Doubles Clutch Lanes Central Open.
Yeah, I paid extra.
You missed the blue plate special down at Sedona. You have to pay full price now.
I ate free in the bar.
Oh, yeah.
I told him, I said, I want to be ready for nationals.
When do you guys go?
We're doing 18th and 19th. I canceled every other bowling thing up until that. I told him I am not canceling that. I told him, he said, I got it figured out. He goes,
How you doing, bud? Good.
they only want to pay what they want to pay. But yet, whenever you got to pay your premium,
Oh, yeah. Because they just can't do the they only cover a certain percentage. Whatever the prescriptions are, out of 10, it's going to cost us $1,200. And I'm like, okay, I understand that, but this is for, I'm like, this is for an actual medical company. This is prescriptions ever. It's like, he's not giving it to that. He's giving it for a reason. I don't understand. I can understand if it's an electoral, okay, don't do it.
All right. On to game 2. Players moved 2 pairs, skipped what pair landed on the second. So these are the players you saw start on 17, 18, 19, and 20. We'll get back down to Maximum Bob and Jack Jurek and those players in a moment once we get them moving lanes, as they had a slight delay on 7 and 8 and got their way through. Give you a scoring update shortly. There's the live scoring link. Just dropped it in the chat for you. Let's see here. Going back in the chat. Remember, folks, keep it civil. I'm a little tight on the chat. Let's see here. Binary anti-communist, protect your AMF stock portfolio. There's actually 5 different manufacturers that are approved by the USBC on those string pin setters. So it's not just AMF out there making a profit. They just happen to have their machines showed off during All-Star Weekend last weekend. Steve Badovanak, not bowling here. I think he might be bowling in Fire Lake, which unfortunately is in live stream. That's in the Southwest region. I can check that roster in a little bit. Ringing 10, yeah. It's just a matter of finding mechanics. Sure, you still have to be able to fix a ball return on occasion. I mean, it's the other mechanical part, really, of the lane. But it's a lot easier to teach somebody how to fix the ball return. And now with some of the modern ones, those motors are getting very easy to change, and they also last a heck of a lot longer. So, yeah, agree with you there, Ring 10. They're not perfect. Ain't the end of the world, as you said. Trust me, Binary Anti-Communist. If you know me and USBC, we don't get along in a lot of places. So, not being defensive of them, I'm just stating some facts. BS pay them something. It's not even a matter of paying them something. I mean, I'm looking at. I know one gentleman. I'm from the Milwaukee area, and I know there's one gentleman left that fixes a number of Centers Brunswick machines, smaller independent centers, 16-lane, 18-lane centers. That's what a lot of the centers in Milwaukee are nowadays. I mean, there used to be huge centers with red carpet, 48-laners all over. I mean, it was barely a decade ago that the PBA Summer Swing was in Milwaukee. First time we saw E.J. Tackett make TV in 2013. And that was at a number of AMF bowling centers that were 48 lanes or more. And the only center that's left out of the 5 centers they had that series at, there's 2 of them left, pardon me, AMF West and Bolero Wauwatosa. All the rest of them gone. So, yeah, it's not just a matter of paying mechanics a living wage. It's fine. It's any industry that diesel mechanics and car mechanics. And I went to get my warranty work done on my car a few weeks ago, and the dealer said I might need to keep your car an extra day because I'm short guys right now. People don't want to get the young, a lot of people don't want to get their hands dirty anymore. So, with not getting your hands dirty, if you're going to be a bowling mechanic, you're going to get your hands dirty. There's no doubt about that. I'd pay for a giant stuffed EJ, JT Gaming. If there was a giant stuffed EJ as a trophy, that should be the trophy for the regional at EJ Center in October. I'm going to suggest that to EJ. You win a giant stuffed EJ. But if EJ wins in his own center, does he keep his giant stuffed EJ or does it go to his wife, Natalie? That would be the question. So, I like it. Since EJ does have the Cuyahoga AMF string pins there, it was one of the test regionals that the PBA used to assess string pin fall for PBA certified competition. And the report's available on the PBA website. If you want to go through Neil Stremmel's report he published early in 2025 about why string pins have been approved for use in certified PBA competition at the regional level. I don't think we're going to see them at the national level for quite a while, but definitely at the regional level. Read Neil's report. You can see all the stat comparisons. You can see they compare how many times spares are left, how many times corner pins were left. 2-8-10s, we know on those string pins, the carnival machines as they call it, really easy to make 2-8-10s. 2-8-10 conversion rate on string pins, less than what it is in free fall. So, yeah, it's all there. Hey, I see Finland in the chat. I see Germany in the chat. So, yep, binary and a cabinet. Sure, a bowling pro shop's going to sell you a $250 ball. It's $200 before they drill it. Guy's got to make money drilling it. So, and if you look at the cost of a $60 white dot back in 1970, whatever, get inflation in there, it's not a hell of a lot different. So, in ring 10, Jim Ward's right. Synthetic lanes. Everybody bitched about synthetic lanes when it came out in the late 70s, early 80s. And I'm old. I was born in the 60s. My first league I ever bowled on was on one of the first synthetic lane installations in the U.S. at Red Carpet South in Milwaukee. I learned on synthetic approaches, synthetic lanes, and then I had to learn how to deal with wood when I started getting better and traveling to other centers. So, but the Belmo thing, yeah, Belmo and Askew, definitely the biggest influences. And when you start winning, I mean, if Belmo wouldn't have won anything, Askew wouldn't have won anything, would two-handed still be a thing? No. Probably not. Or there'd probably be very few people doing it. Geez. I mean, we can go back to run the single wing offense in football, and you don't have to have a quarterback that has an arm. You try to do that. Hey, Bilo from Milwaukee. There's a Bilo. I believe you're Scott's brother, aren't you, Tom? Or you're related to him somewhere. So I know Scott from Facebook. Oh, synthetic lanes are great. Well, yeah, synthetic lanes. One thing to remember, and I had this chat years ago when I was with Flow Bowling, and I got absolutely lambasted by a bunch of people for it, but it was worth it. So almost every improvement in the sport of bowling since bowling started is to benefit the proprietors that are running the bowling centers. And it has to be, because if you don't have any place left to play, you're not going to be able to bowl. And this is going back to the You look at all the way through the early 50s, where wartime, World War II made it where bowling centers couldn't get shellacked. That's how they protected the wood on the lanes. There wasn't lacquer or any of that stuff back then, or urethanes. That wasn't developed. So they protected the lanes with shellac, and they had to recoat them like every few weeks, because otherwise you get a pretty distinct track with all the right-handers on shellac. Hey, how about that for Don Hogue? Make them both fall over. Talking about a lefty-righty difference. There were no star lefties in the first 50 years of the 20th century, from 1901 to 1951. It just didn't happen because of the lane surfaces, because you get a groove to the pocket on the right side. It's a hell of a lot easier on the left side. Then they couldn't get shellac, so that's when they developed lacquer and all these other surfaces that have now gotten to synthetic lane surfaces. So you look at pins. They didn't have a plastic coating in 1950. You threw a coat of white paint on it and hoped that you had a set of pins that would hold together for a season. Now I remember you, Tom. Sorry, it's been a while. I know we've crossed paths before. Hope you watched the Brew City Bowling Show this morning, Tom. We were at South Shore Bowl for that, so it's another fun show people can watch. I'll talk about that a little later in the block. But, other than bowling balls keeping up with changes in lane technologies that are made to benefit the proprietors, I mean, if you think about it, shellac, very flammable. Lacquer, pretty flammable as well. Even urethane can burn. I mean, how many bowling centers, you go back and look in the newspapers from the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, that had wood lanes that just went up like tinder, especially if they were resurfacing all the dust in the air and everything. Boom. So, yeah, Ringington, I mentioned it in the first block about Ray Bluth. Mid-90s, last of the remaining Budweisers. Pat Patterson, long gone. Tom Hennessy, long gone. Dick Weber, long gone. Don Carter, long gone. And now also one of the, I think that only leaves Carmen Salvino left as a living original charter member of the PBA out of the first 30 members. I could be wrong on that, but I think Carmen is the only player left. If somebody knows otherwise, please let me know in the chat, because I'm just popping that off the top of my head. So, yeah, Clutch Lanes, they have a good group here. I know Earl, the head mechanic here. They've been busting tail all weekend, making sure everything's smooth, handling all the calls and everything. So, nobody said AMF was the best of the string makers there, Binary. I just said they were one of them. They just happened to be the ones that were featured. So I know Brunswick makes a machine, US Bowling manufactures a machine, Funk Bowling out of Germany manufactures a machine, and there's one more that's slipping my brain. So the most amazing part about the string pins for me, and I've had a chance to get up and personal, I've done some TV shows at that center that they did the All-Star Weekend at. It's just how quiet they are. I mean, you can walk in a center with all 16 lanes running, and usually if you walk into any bowling center with 16 lanes, you hear the hum of the machines going, whether it's an AMF or Brunswick, AMF 8270 or a Brunswick A2. You just hear the hum of the motors going, everything like that. Even if there's no bowling going on, there's no noise on those string pin machines unless they're cycling pins. It's amazing. I remember doing the stepladder finals on the live streams, and you can catch both the stepladder finals from the Bluffton, Indiana, and the Waukesha, Wisconsin regionals last October on the PBA YouTube channel if you want to see a whole bunch of string pin fall. And I'll tell you what, we had to be really quiet during the stepladder because the bowlers could hear us. I mean, we were sitting 8 lanes away, and if you had your normal voice going, they'd hear you. You'd be bugging them. It's just amazing, all that noise. So, yeah, I know I've had awful experiences, Binary, on string pins. It was just a fun event. My wife's work at a Christmas party at a place with string pins before the pandemic, and I watched a guy that never bowled before make a 710. I'm going, you got to be kidding me. Then later on that night, he made his second ever 710. I'm like going, dude, I've made 2 in my entire career. You've bowled once before in your life, and you've now made 2 710s. You know there's something up. I mean, we were bowling house balls and stuff too, but yeah, it wasn't a great experience. And I haven't bowled on them yet. Like I said, I've seen enough string pinfall over 2 regionals, 4 TV shows, and a couple other things I've done that I think, string pins, they're going to eventually be in a lot more centers. But as the technology continues to get better, you see difference between Brunswick and AMF pinfall anyway. You see differences between bowling centers that have terrible kickbacks and brand new kickbacks. I mean, it's going to happen. So, yeah, I'm glad. One thing I appreciate you guys in the chat too doing right now is keeping the conversation very civil. I've seen some conversations really in bowling get really down and nasty to each other and stuff like that. There's no reason for it, and I appreciate everybody keeping it civil. Resba says, how about USBC limit the number of balls that are used in league? Yeah. I know leagues that do it already. I know back in the day when sport bowling was around the turn of the century, when USBC was developing that program, I bowled in a test league. Actually, I bowled in a couple test leagues when the headquarters was in Milwaukee. They had them at Classic Lanes Greenfield, the only bowling center to have 2 900s thrown in it. And we had one of the test leagues we bowled in. You could only use reactive resin bowling balls. You couldn't use urethane. You couldn't use particle when particle was big back in the day. And you could only register 3 bowling balls during the league. So... string pin averages are way different. Not anymore. I think if you talk to E.J. Tackett on that, I think if you talk to Stefan Hanen, who's the proprietor of the center that they had the All-Star Weekend at, some of the slower ball speeds might be getting dinged a little bit. I think if you do it as a blanket statement and say all, I think that's off, and I think they'd agree with me that that'd be off. There's some people that are getting dinged by it, but sometimes it's the lane pattern that's put out. I know a center that changed their oil pattern a few weeks after they got the string machines in, and when they didn't have just a house pattern, they changed a little bit in the house pattern, they changed the volume, they changed the distance, and all of a sudden, they had 4 honor scores in 2 weeks, where they didn't have any in the 2 months before that. So, ring 10, yeah. I think that's one of the reasons why they're kind of limiting it to regional competition right now for certified PBA string competition and regional titles. Yeah, I think there needs to be a little bit more. And I know they're working. I mean, Cuyahoga AMF had at least 4 engineers at All-Star Weekend talking to the pros. And there were a lot of pros there. I mean, even Chris Barnes, who didn't take part, he was there with his son Ryan. They're talking to Chris Barnes, and they're talking to Packy Hanrahan. They're talking to EJ. EJ's got more experience than anybody on them with having him as home center. But there's some quirky hits. How many times during Strike Derby did you see that Swisher 4-pin? The kind of light hit and the head pin zoomed back in front of the 4. I think some of that has to do with the kickbacks too, where the pin hits flat against the kickback and pretty new pins, brand new pins, and the bottoms are flat. And if you hit flat on flat, it's going to come straight back off. So, Yuka, what do people generally think about urethane? Well, that's what I grew up with in the late 80s, early 90s. It has a place in the sport. Love it, hate it. I know. I'm assuming Yuka. I think you said before you were from Finland. I hear a lot of European competitions over the last few years at the higher levels. There's been a lot of urethane used to win titles. Some of that has to do with oil volumes placement, that type of thing. It has a place. I'm not good enough to throw urethane on much anything nowadays, so then again, I'd have to bowl again. I haven't touched the ball since before the pandemic due to numerous factors we won't get into, but I'm a fan of. I will be a fan of this sport until they burn me and earn me. So, and it's one of the reasons why I'm glad I get the chance to still stream some PBA action at the regional level. Bowl TV and USBC have the rights to all live streaming. They were kind enough to release the rights to me, and then working with the PBA, Jeff Goodger and crew at the PBA, getting us on the PBA YouTube channel for the weekend. Strings cross each other and knock pins down. If you go back and watch All-Star Weekend, it may be one or two. And one thing to keep in mind, too, with All-Star Weekend, because of the strike derby, is they changed the timings on the pins. I mean, the USBC rules is it's supposed to be 4 seconds from when the ball contacts the head pin until the machine starts to cycle. Well, to speed it up and keep everything timely for the strike derby, they shortened that time frame to 2 seconds. So sometimes, sure, you did see a string hit another string, but they didn't count it because it was part of the machine already starting to pull on pins to recycle the machine. So don't let those quick cycle times you saw on TV influence you. If you want to see true string pinfall, go back and watch those PBA regionals. Go watch those stepladder finals from Waukesha and from E.J. Tackett's place in Bluffton, Indiana from last October, and you're going to get a lot better idea about string pins and the good professionals that knocked them over. I mean, look at the stepladder finals on both those events. Kyle Troop beats E.J. in his center. We go to Waukesha the next week, and E.J. beats Marshall Kent. And and there was Josh Blanchard and Kevin McCune were in that 4-player stepladder as well in Waukesha. So the good players, the great players, still came out on top in those events. They still had to make the shots on the lane itself. So that's my thoughts on string pins. My thoughts on Belmo and Oscar were pretty easy. If they didn't win, nobody'd do it. Somebody's asking for a camera change. You can choose your own cameras. If you open up the description of the video you're watching, Dale, you can see all the feeds that are in play. Right-click on one of those, open it in a new tab. Then you can keep it on this main feed for the audio, so we can give you hot hands, teams that are bowling well, score updates, which we'll give you for a second. It took a little bit for Game 1 to get out here. And then you can follow your favorite player game to game all the way through on those pair feeds, all 24 lanes in play on those pair feeds. You're looking at your leaders after one here on B Squad. Oh, pardon me, you're looking at second place. Dino Castillo, Eric Jones, your leaders after Game 1. At plus 156. Dino comes out of the gates. With 267, Eric Jones says, hold my coffee, as Jones put 289 on the board. Rowe and Wilkins, second, plus 86. Jeff Safino, Matt White, previous champions here, third, plus 65. Frank Cole, Hayden Stipich, fourth, plus 62. Burrs and Vargo, plus 50. Parker Bone and Cameron Crow, plus 39. John Shreve and Vincent Villar, plus 31. And Ron Hurt and Gene Perez, plus 31. Round out your top 7. Once again, 12 teams advancing out of the 2 squads to tomorrow's competition. And that score link, let's pop it in there again because we've had a lot of chatter. There is your live scoring link so you can check out your favorite player as we make our way through our 8 games here on B Squad. Yeah, that I see where you're coming from about having it out in league, but there is a rule that USBC put in that says because there's no string pins without automatic scoring. I mean, they work. It's all one unit. So the USBC rule is if the scoring unit says that the pin didn't fall and it's 9 instead of a strike, you have to go with what the automatic scoring says. So it's interesting. Robert Muster would have a field day, I think, with string pins. He could have 7 more 900s. Okay, enough about that. Sorry. I don't think it's necessarily two-handers losing their advantage on string pin, sarcastic storage stacker. They definitely, if you've listened to EJ talk, you got to watch how that ball gets through the pocket a bit more. From talking to players, because the messenger situation is a bit different currently on those free fall machines, it's very rare to see one, and I'm not going to say what they tried to do last week to help improve the messenger situation, but there were some things attempted, I guess you could say. I'm not going to say what they are because I'm in the know only because somebody told me I was in the know. But players, two-handed players, especially with the ball speed and rev rate, they could get away with a lot of half-pocket hits that the 10-pin would get taken up by a messenger, and they could get away with that for 2 or 3 extra shots with their ball reaction as before they'd have to make the move they should have made. And the string pins do neutralize that a little bit. I think if it gets to the point where messengers become more prevalent as string pins evolve, then you could see that happening again. But that's just from informal conversations with people that will not be identified to protect their identity. Yeah, Brandon, the USBC rule is it goes by the automatic scoring. So, with the string pinfall. So, it's been told otherwise. Double check with the rules department, but that's what we were told last week at Foxview Lanes as things were going on. So, Yarmo, what kind of setup do I have when I'm doing live streaming? It's pretty similar to what Bowl TV has. Multiple laptops, multiple cameras. Tomorrow when we get towards the championship matches, I do have some remote control cameras that I attempt to use. Once again, being a one-man crew. I won't bore you with all the details, but I got here yesterday about 9 a.m. to set up and start taping cables down for electric and Ethernet and all kinds of stuff. Got here at 9 a.m., and by the time I got here last night, it was 6 p.m., and that's setting up 6 stream stations, a booth, and a few other things. So there's a good chunk of money invested in this stuff. We have high-quality laptops, high-quality cameras, and, we're basically the same way Bowl TV does it is the same way that I do it. And I don't just do PBA events. I do some local events in the Milwaukee area. And for those of you that are bowling the PBA LBC National Championships in Chicagoland area this summer, from May 31st through July 13th, you'll see me there. I'll be doing the live streaming for the PBA on that event, and that's a fun event too because I get to see bowlers from all across the country. I get to see all kinds of averages and stuff. We have 230 average bowlers. We have 75 average bowlers that bowl that event. And you never know where you get a chance to bowl with a pro and cross with a pro or have them bowl next to you, and you know you're not competing against them, so it's a lot more fun to watch. And I have a blast at that tournament. It's the funnest 7 weeks of live streaming I have, and we'll have all 32 lanes in play there. at Bolero Mount Prospect. That'll be in tournament competition. So yeah, not to give you all the details, but there's enough of the details for you. Everything I use is pretty much commercially available. So, Yarmo, if you get more questions, I'm $2 Phil on Facebook. You'll see my Facebook page, $2 Phil and 10 on the Deck Productions. Drop me a line on Facebook Messenger, and I'll answer whatever I can on that for you. Always happy to get more media attention on bowling. Doesn't matter if it's here, overseas, wherever. Time to turn around the media drought on the sport and get us a little more attention that I think is well-deserved. So, as I mentioned earlier, I'm the one-man crew. I got to go change some stuff on the laptops. I got to take care of some business here at Clutch Lanes and Sports Center inside of Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio. And player movement, for those of you double tabbing us, players are going to be skipping 2 pairs landing on the 3rd. So the players you see here currently on 7 and 8, they're going to move to 13 and 14. Players you saw on 23 and 24 in Game 2, you'll see them down on 5 and 6. So skip 2 pairs, land on the 3rd for those of you double tabbing. We're having some fun conversation on here. Thanks, everybody, for keeping it civil. It's been a fun discussion, and I don't mind doing that this early in the block. If you get questions, please drop them in the chat, and we'll talk more Game 3.
on Thursday, but you're going to lose it on Thursday.
I think I've lost a few.
All right, we're back. Game 3. We've got 5 and 6. Hogue, Bailey, Brockway, Meredith, AB, AA, double B respectively. Verbich, Maverick, Mora, Honeyman, AB, AA, double B respectively on 7 and 8. We promised you some Robert Smith. We got to get you some Robert Smith. Let's get to some Robert Smith in a moment once he gets going on 17-18 here in Game 3. As they're just getting ready to get underway. There's some Maximum Bob. There's a Maximum Bob sighting. There's a Maximum Bob shredding the rack. Not a good start for Robert Smith and Zeke Bate. Game 1 came out of the gates with a minus 62. Both players sub 175. We'll get the Game 2 update coming to you shortly. Let's check out the chat because it's only in qualifying, and it's nice having a lot more people here than when I started at 8 a.m. this morning when half of you were still in bed. PBA events in Utah. There was one last year. I'd have to look. Let me go in the regional history books here. This might take me a minute, so I apologize. And I actually believe it was a string pin test region. Well, I'm not sure I don't think they used it as a test event, one officially. But there was one that was held. And like I said, I need to go through a little bit on the manual side of things. Yeah. No, it wasn't a string pin event, but there was one at Jack and Jill Lanes in Lehi, Utah, last June. Let's check and see if That's on the agenda again this year in the West region. Yeah, Friday, June 20th will be the Pro-Am competition on Saturday, June 21st and June 22nd at Jack and Jill Lanes in Lehigh, Utah for the Beehive Open. So if you want to get in on that Pro-Am, Aaron Martindale, there's your information. Keep that third weekend in June open, and you can bowl that Pro-Am. Or if you're talented enough and want to take your shot against the PBA Regional's best, you can do it at that event. There's a full listing of all the PBA Regional events at PBA.com. If you go on the PBA site, if you look on the top of the page, right near the top middle, it says PBA Tour. If you put your little cursor, whether it's an arrow or a hand, on that menu, it drops down and you'll see a tab for the PBA Regional Tour. Click on that, and you can see all the regional action that's currently scheduled all across the country, all for 2025. So you can see if there's a regional coming up near you. I mean, there's 3 other regionals out in the U.S. this weekend. There's one in Ripon, Wisconsin. That's a PBA50 Midwest event. Another in Baltimore in the East region. That's a standard division event. And another standard event at Fire Lake Bowling Center in Shawnee, Oklahoma. Many-time hosts of the PBA National Tour and PBA Regional Tour, and also home to the Southwest Regional Hall of Fame at Fire Lake Bowling Center. So lots of regional action going on this weekend. Sarcastic George Slacker, yeah. If we were kids back 40 years ago, 30 years ago for some of us, yeah, YouTube, wow. Yeah, that'd definitely be a game changer. Definitely be a game. Chuck Landy would be out there as the first two-hander. We'd have video of Chuck Landy all over the place. If you don't know who Chuck Landy is, Lande, Google it. One of the first two-handed players out there. Yeah, pretty much hit barricades everywhere he tried to compete, including the PBA Regional Tour. So it's a pretty neat story. Don Arrington, yeah, Don. Yeah, bowling centers stay open. Yeah, there's the proprietor that owns Foxview Lanes, where the PBA All-Star Weekend was held. He has another center about 15 miles north of Foxview called Sussex Bowl, and he's putting the string pins in at Sussex Bowl. Because another thing it's tough to do too, it's tough to find replacement parts for some of these really old machines, because guess what? Companies stopped making them. There's not too many, even foreign companies, that are manufacturing replacement parts for bowling machines anymore. And so I know proprietors that were just going and buying up old machines out of centers that were closing just to part them out themselves and have enough spare parts on old Brunswick A's and 8230s and that type of machinery. So, yeah. Yucca ratio in USA bowling centers between competitive and non-competitive bowling. Well, they say 80 million people bowl a year, but there's only 1 million registered league bowlers, and there's probably another couple 100,000 bowlers that bowl in unsanctioned or uncertified leagues. So we'll keep it here with Maximum Bob and crew for another frame or two, and then we'll go back to our leaders with Dino Castillo, Eric Jones here in the main feed. But don't forget that you can view any of the pairs in play through those clickable links. Right-click on those in your description of the video you're watching. If you're not full screen. If you are full screen, you'll have to hit escape and go back out. LA Darkness, or I Am Darkness, sorry. Reading glasses are a little fuzzy today. Anything coming to California? There's quite a few regional events in California. Actually, I think there's one coming up. Yeah, couple of weekends. April 25th, 26th, 27th, there's actually a PBA 50, a PBA, and a PBA women's regional event at historic Earl Anthony's Dublin Bowl. So otherwise near Cabazon, the Casino Morongo Open in May. Unfortunately, yeah, the national tour hasn't made its way out west in a while. It doesn't seem to get west to Las Vegas, but hopefully with the attention that bowling keeps, we keep trying to get for bowling, hopefully that changes and we can get some national tour events out that way. There's a lot of people in California that I'm sure would love to see all the PBA stars without having to hop on a plane and travel somewhere to find it. Any in Hawaii? There used to be regionals in Hawaii before the pandemic. And they had it one year, and a lot of I know a couple of the centers were on military bases. But yeah, I remember Tom Doherty one year won a couple, and it was a three regional swing on a couple of the islands, and it was a good week the players spent there. And even though it wasn't the biggest prize funds being at the regional level, there were quite a few tour pros that went, as I mentioned, with Tommy Jones and Tom Doherty. But I haven't seen that regional on the schedule in quite a while. I saw 1 year after the pandemic, and then have seen nothing since. So I remember one time I was hoping to live stream some stuff back in the Extra Frame days, back about 2017. We were trying to plan some live streaming for that week, and unfortunately that budget didn't come through at the time. That river rate may be down a little bit for Robert Smith. That accuracy, though, definitely down on that shot is, you see he's not happy. One thing we found out this morning on this Hardwick pattern is the fronts go away quick. With a KW quick. Because it's earlier in the alphabet. You hit it quicker. Bad pun, sorry. So some shots that got left early really went left, and then it develops an out of bounds on the right, and there were several 6-9 10s taken off by right-handers this morning, so accuracy still needed. So here we go. Let's give you your update on B Squad after 2 games. Castillo and Jones, we'll get down to them after Maximum Bob shoots his spare attempt here, and that's not pretty, but it's there. You're going to see Castillo and Jones on 11 and 12 on this lineup. You see Cam Crow bowling and Parker Bone the third on 9 and 10. Castillo Jones at plus 234. They're tearing it up after 2. Cole and Stipich second, plus 138. Chambers and Stevens third, plus 115. Shreve Jr. Villar fourth, plus 72. Hurt Perez, plus 62. Parker Bone the third, Cam Crow, plus 57. And a bunch of teams in the plus 50 to plus 38 range. Starting with Don Hogue, Joe Bailey, then Jerk, Bianco, Zafino White, Burrs, Vargo, Rich Cohagen, and Rowe and Wilkins. So, yeah, that's a top 10, and it's a lot of them piled together once you get to plus 60 and below. So Castillo and Jones in overdrive right now. Cole and Stipich, Chambers and Stevens hitting it solid, and still some teams with good starts. But as we saw on A Squad, the scoring pace started to slow down a little bit, especially for mid-pack teams right around Game 4. So we'll have to keep an eye on that scoreboard as it goes along. Scotty Thompson, any pro bowling events? Well, we just had All-Star Weekend. That's the last thing we'd see in 2025. There will be a regional event tentatively scheduled for the second week in October at the same center you saw in All-Star Weekend, Fox View Lanes. That draws some pretty big tour names. As we mentioned, E.J. Tackett won it last year. Josh Blanchard, Kevin McCune, Marshall Kent were all in the stepladder finals. So I'm sure with that event coming back, I'm sure many of those players will be making a return as well. If you didn't know, and I know they mentioned it on air as well, Stefan Hanen, Cassie Hanen, not only own Foxview Lanes, they also own H5G brands. And once again, I want to thank them for their support. They support all of the 10 on the Deck Productions live streaming of PBA regional action. So lots of H5G staffers will be at that event at Foxview Lanes. So when you have EJ and Marshall Kent and quite a few others on the national tour on H5G staff, you'll see him at that. So it's not on the PBA regional page yet, but Scotty, keep an eye out on that page, and I'm sure information. If you haven't followed the Foxview, that's 2X's Foxview Lanes Facebook page yet, follow him. I mean, it's the best way to get information at any of your favorite bowling centers. I don't know of a bowling center that doesn't have Facebook. And whether it's information on leagues, tournaments, bands that are playing on a Friday night, best place to get that information is on a bowling center's Facebook page. And if you're looking for more information on the PBA regionals that I'll be streaming, whether it's here on PBA YouTube or whether it's on a PBA regional Facebook page, follow me on Facebook, $2 Phil. The $, the number 2, and PHIL, $2 Phil. It should pop up with $2 Phil and 10 on the Deck Productions. And you can like that page and follow us for all the information we do with streaming regionals on the PBA Regional Tour. So, and for those of you looking for a little fun bowling to watch, definitely, we're not on the professional end of things, but there's a show I produce in Milwaukee called the Brew City Bowling Show. We're on Channel 24 locally, My 24 Milwaukee, every Saturday morning, 9:30 a.m. And we run a fun format. Format this week was a average cap doubles. That's what we've been doing for our second season. And when the top 3 teams out of our qualifiers get on TV, each team member only bowls the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th frames. So we make it short and sweet. We have a lot of sponsor prizes. Most of our sponsor prizes are from sponsors outside the industry that really love the sport of bowling. That's great to see again as well, because everybody says getting sponsors is the toughest part, and especially getting sponsors outside the industry. We're proving it can be done on the Brew City Bowling Show. We've given away prizes from Circa Las Vegas, the hotel and casino there. Who doesn't want to sit poolside at Stadium Swim for free? Get a 2-night stay along with it. We've given away free play at American Place Casino. We've given away Penzies Spices. If somebody gets 3 in a row on the show, they get to spice up their turkey with Penzies. So in our first season, when we had a 5-player team concept, we had a sponsor with Sendix Grocery Stores, where you'd win 4 pounds of off-the-bone ham for your 4-bagger on TV, for your 4 in a row. So Cam Crow crushing them right now. So yeah, if you're looking for something fun and different to watch, I call it a bowling game show, because it's basically what it is. We have players that average 235 on there, and we have players that average 135 on there. And everybody has fun. We've had Matt Gasson from Top Notch Bowling in Waukesha, Wisconsin, inside of Foxview Lanes. He provides bowling lessons if somebody opens all 4 frames in their match. We've had 220 average bowlers win bowling lessons. We've had 170 average bowlers win the high game on the show in 4 frames and go to Las Vegas. So, yeah, it's a blast. So, Brew City, the nickname for Milwaukee, BREW, Brew City Bowling Show. Check it out on the 10 on the Deck Productions YouTube channel when you're done watching us today, or watching anytime in the next week, and have some fun. And if you've never seen Holler House, check out episode 13 of season 1, because we had our season finale, our championship round, at Holler House in Milwaukee, the 115-year-old 2 lanes in the basement bowling alley, the oldest continuously certified USBC lanes. It was a tough place to film, but it was a fun place to film, no doubt about it. Is this a left-hand only tourney? Nope, there's quite a few right-handers in there. We had a few lefties. On A squad as well. Hi, Chris. PBA YouTube we're on. Yeah. So there's Chris Richard. He's a GM here. We're both live streaming at the same time. I'll show you the raffle prizes. This raffle package he's put together here is huge. But he's live streaming on his Facebook page. Like I said, great place to follow your favorite bowling center. Do it on Facebook. Follow that bowling center. It's amazing. I'm going to rotate the camera here. We'll get off Chris. He's a handsome guy, but he's not. Here we go. Look at the grill. Look at all the bottles of booze. A griddle kit. Griddle cover. I mean, look at all those prizes. One person's taking home all this. A motive bowling ball. Signs from different beer companies. There's 8 bourbon bottles, 6 wine bottles. It's amazing what they're putting up for a raffle here as part of the celebration of this weekend here. So I think I threw Chris off there by live streaming his live stream. Hopefully we didn't throw him off too bad. Hopefully you guys enjoyed seeing all that. I mean, I don't know about you, and I'd like to see in the chat, has anybody ever seen that large of a raffle prize in a bowling center for a tournament that one person can win? Usually it's like everybody wins something. This is one person wins it all. Pretty incredible. Yeah, the wow is exactly right. Whoever dropped the wow in the chat, you're not kidding. If you go to the Clutch Lanes Facebook page, they have Venmo information. You can buy a ticket or 6 if you like. They draw tomorrow. They'll have the champions of the tournament draw the winner once we get through our championship match. So, yeah, there's probably $2,500 worth of prize value there easily, if not more. I mean, even if you don't drink, you get a grill, you get griddle accessories, you have a cover from Blackstone for your grill, you have a motive bowling ball, you have T-shirts, you have signs, you have spices for your cooking on the new grill, and you can make a lot of friends with all those other bottles too, and take it down. So, sorry to take away from the bowling action there for a second, but I think it's pretty cool that one person's walking out of here tomorrow after this fun weekend inside of Clutch Lanes and Sports Center with all kinds of goodies. If you haven't seen it yet on YouTube and you're a Parker Bone fan, check out Bone Legacy. Check out that channel. BOHN and then Legacy. Shout out to Brandon Bone, Justin Bone for starting the wheels going on that channel. But then also check out some of the other features that have been done on that channel with assistance. I got to give a shout out to Curtis Von Kruger, a shout out to Ben Glasscock. You've seen some of their work with USBC, with Bull TV over the last few years, and they came out to the Parker Bone Scholarship Tournament last September and did a lot of work out there. I live streamed the event. Curtis and Ben were doing a lot of stuff, interviewing the Bones, interviewing bowlers in the event. And there's a great new piece that Curtis and Ben did and shot and edited, and it's on the Bone Legacy page. the story behind Parker Bone's World Championship in 2013, how it came from Superstorm Sandy, coming back from that happening right before the World Championship and the World Series, and turning adversity into a championship, and how not just the Bones got a title out of the week, but also helped out a lot of their community at home in New Jersey in the aftermath of Superstorm Sandy. So, yeah, check it out. If you haven't already subscribed to Bone Legacy, BOHN Legacy, what are you waiting for? There's some great content from the kids, some good content from Parker and Leslie as well, and some great feature pieces that have been done by Curtis Von Kruger and Ben Glasscock on their own outside of their USBC work that has been fun to watch. Holy cow. Someone's staying up late in South Africa. Darren Tang, unfortunately, not in this event. Took the weekend off after bowling the Players' Championship. But if you're a Bowl TV subscriber, Robin, you'll see him starting Tuesday at the Tournament of Champions. So, let's see here. Tell Chris he is on mute on his live feed. Which Chris is doing a live feed, Patrick? Sorry. I know there's a couple of them on the squad. Oh, Ritzinger. Chris, Patrick Dombrowski says you're on mute on your live stream. Patrick Dombrowski says you're on mute on your live feed.
Oh, Pat's on my live feed too?
Yeah, but he says he can't hear you.
Oh,
you're on mute. You are on mute. So you've been talking the whole time.
I thought I was on mute, but I couldn't get off mute.
Well, at least, hopefully you can do it over. I don't know. That's a good question. Probably just push.
I tapped on it earlier. It didn't go off.
There we go.
Oh,
Patrick Dombrowski doing technical assistance from afar.
Yeah, well, he didn't get his ass here to bowl, so, he doesn't know.
You heard him, Patrick. Somebody was busy at the Players' Championship this week, yeah.
Oh, so all this stuff I was just telling you guys
Serrano Bowling Precision Diesel Injection. That's a good answer. B50. You have to B50, but you also have to average at least 200 in a league, whether it's USBC certified. You have to have at least 36 games in that league. And then you have to pay your membership fees, and you too could be a PBA50 regional player. Get the benefits of that. So Cam Crow in a big row trying to hold up his partner, Parker Bone. Parker's going to be lucky to get to 2-0 this game. He's going to need a double in the 10th. Let's see here. Problem Podcast. Getting back from bowling, watching bowling, playing PBA bowling 2020. Yeah, that's. I wouldn't say, well, nerd geek, whatever you need to say. Full bowling nerd, full bowling geek. But hey, been there, done that. Get home from bowling, watch bowling at bowling. And Parker's not getting any love on the corners right now. He needs to find something. But he's got Cam Crow bowling well, holding them in. Cam Crow, first two games, 261, 216. Parker, a bit of a struggle, 178, 202, and he's going to be in the 190s again. So Cam, big game's going to hold him in, keep him on pace to try to get into the top 12 for tomorrow. Let's see what. Hold on, Cam's going up. Oh, I'm sorry, Parker 234. I was looking on the wrong side again. I'm getting my double A's and A's and B's and double B's confused. I apologize. So Parker's holding the fort down this game. Cam can get that 220. There we go. So another solid game for Crow, and Parker's getting himself to the personal plus here on this squad. Military Classic in August. That is a huge event. It runs for almost 2 weeks, if I remember correctly. I've never been out to the Military Classic, and I know there's another military tournament in January at South Point as well. Never been to either of them, but I've seen everything. I know that they do a lot for military bowlers out there. I know Ron Hickland and his Creating the Difference crew are usually out there with a lot of personal support. Once again, as the one-man crew, I've got some work to do off air. So we're going to let you play nice in the chat. We'll talk a little bit more. We'll pick it up with the problem podcast question about oil patterns different from house patterns. We'll talk a little bit about that. See if I don't see any A squad players left. I need to look around and maybe I can get somebody to come in and answer that question a lot better than I can. I see it a lot. I've bowled on it a little back in the day. But there's others that can give much better. Oh, my. That pin was down and back up for Stippich. Take that, string pins. And Parker's all over him right now. Parker is all over him right now. My goodness. How about that? Well, oh, yeah, we were live on it when it happened. Beautiful thing. Oh, we were live on it. Yeah, we were live on it. We were watching you and Cam, and then, right. I'll see if I can get a replay on that momentarily. Let's get a replay on that. 9 through 12. Give me a moment to have some technical fun here. I was going to go to break, but, yeah, we're waiting on that now.
Appreciate the support. All the players.
All right, let me sure.
Try to bring you in close here in Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio. Some of the guys you can see on TV. So, thanks. Good news.
Hey, there we go. Apologies for that. A little technical difficulty after all that running around a little while ago. Apologize for that. Thanks for letting me know it was muted. So, yeah, go to PBA.com and go across that top line. Let me bring it back on screen here. Here we go. Let me bring it back. There you see the PBA. If I go to the home page, it's the same menu bar across the top. There you see player resources, and you can go down to where it says oil patterns. And when you open up that page, you can see all the different oil patterns. And you can download them. So the PBA does let you download them now. It used to be you had to be a member to download the information, but you don't have to do that anymore. So, and you can also get PBA regional information there. You can get information on the PBA LBC National Championships as well. If you're bowling the PBA LBC National Championships, it starts May 31st, goes through July 13th. You'll see me there. I'll be doing the live stream for that event. They live stream, same thing I'm doing here. Every pair, every game, every squad. If your friends and family can't watch you bowl in person at the PBA LBC National Championships, they'll be able to watch the live streaming on the PBA YouTube page. Also, you can check out the new PBA merchandise for 2025 at h5gbrands.com. Another one of our sponsors of our PBA regional live streaming all season long for 10 on the Deck Productions. Or if you see a jersey out here on a player that you like and you want to do your version of it, it's often imitated, never duplicated with H5G brands. SCT47, bowling not good enough more for Real TV. My TV show in Milwaukee is on Real TV. The PBA tonight from Jack 60 is on Real TV. I know there's a show in New York State called Beat the Champ, presented by Storm. That's on MSG Network. So I know there's I believe it's Jam Entertainment. They're a small unit out of North Dakota, but they've done some bowling in North Dakota. They brought some PBA pros out there that bowled on television. So bowling is good enough to be on Real TV. It's just unfortunately like a lot of niche sports nowadays, you got to look for it. It's not presented out in person, but I was watching the UFL game last night on Fox in my hotel room for a little bit, and they had an advertisement for Sunday Stepladder on Big Daddy Fox during that telecast of the UFL. So not everybody has cable, but you'll still be able to watch tomorrow on your local over-the-air Fox affiliate. Let's see if we have a three-game scoring update in the book. Should be pretty close. Bobby Jekyll, our Central Regional Manager, has been busting tail all weekend long to make sure these scores get updated. Here we go. So Dino Castillo and Eric Jones not slowing down. They're at plus 262 for their first three games. They're only averaging 243 as a team. Ho-hum. Even after that that 4-pin turning into the 7-pin by Hayden Stipich the last game. They're second on the squad, plus 173. Rowan Wilkins. Third, plus 132. Chambers Stevens, plus 129. Parker Bone Cameron Crow at plus 101. Up into fourth on the squad. Fifth and sixth are Burrs, Vargo, and Zafino White at plus 90. Hurton Perez, seventh on the squad, plus 79. So right now, if I'm Mitch Beasley and Nate Purchase, I'm feeling okay. I'm not feeling great yet. If I'm Tom Doherty, Sean Maldonado, I'm sweating a little bit at the plus 234 they put up for 8 games on A squad. And I'm definitely sweating if I'm the Runks, Michael Runk, Brandon Runk, as they came off of A squad at plus 181, and then it was quite a ways back to the next team in the field. That was Verbal and Larson on A squad at plus 73, so there's a lot of teams that have already passed them on that part. So Verbal and Larson definitely probably won't even see a check. So, and in case you missed Hayden Stipich's 10th frame last game, if you got in late, once again, pardon the full use of YouTube for a replay, but that is the 4-pin. We'll hit it again. Watch one more time. Watch that 4-pin come off the sideboard, stand right back up in the 7-pin spot. And the best part about this, unfortunately not for Hayden, but is Parker giving him the business right there. You got to hit him better, man. You got to hit him better, kid. It's funny. It's just ironic how we were all in the chat talking about string pins a little while ago and all that stuff and weird hits and bizarre hits and that type of thing. And what do we... Yeah. What ends up happening? A free fall hit. So, Big Daddy, if you know me for a while, it's a radio thing that I did when we had the Spare Time Bowling show on WSSP in Milwaukee. Once a week bowling radio show during the PBA tour season. How about that cover? You don't see the 2, 4, 7, 8, 10 covered very often by a right-hander, like we saw there by Scott McIntyre in lane 12, but holy cow, that was a heck of a cover. So in order to differentiate sometime between Fox Sports, and because technically if it's on the network, the broadcast network, it's just Fox Sports, where the cable network is Fox Sports 1. We didn't want to get people confused. So we came up with the term Big Daddy Fox for when it was on network TV, because more people are going to see it on network TV. Not everybody has cable, not everybody has satellite. So yeah, that's why that's where my term of Big Daddy Fox comes in. Dave Johnson almost leaves a paralyzed 5 to go with the 7-pin. At least the 5 fell for him. All right, two-handers, help Problem Podcast out, because I'm a one-hander when I did bowl. Hey, speaking of paralyzed 5, here everybody gets different breaks on different kind of pins. And we've proven it now 3 times in the last half hour here on just this feed on 9 and 10, 11 and 12. So... So once again, thanks everybody for watching. If you could share on your social media that you're watching us on PBA YouTube, whether you do it after you're done tonight, let everybody know they can watch Match Play tomorrow starting at 8 a.m. here from Clutch Lanes, or if they want to watch the rest of the day today, or if they want to watch the archive, they can watch the archive. But we appreciate everybody spreading the word, so more people know that. We don't get the stream on PBA YouTube very often with the 10 on the Deck production stream, but we appreciate that happening this weekend, and we're hoping to be able to do more of those of PBA regional action in the future. Bowl TV's kind enough, since they weren't planning on streaming this event, to let the rights revert to us here at 10 on the Deck, and we're glad to be bringing it to you, and we're glad that you're able to watch it on YouTube at no additional charge. Let's check in our leaders with Castillo and Jones. They're up on 19 and 20. We'll do that after Wilkins gets a hell of a messenger taking that 10 down. There's Stipich trying to convert the 3-7. Not going to happen. As we mentioned, Stipich and Cole in pretty good position, as these are your top two teams on B squad here on 19 and 20. Safino and White sitting in the top 8 on the squad. They're within striking distance of making the top 12 altogether, and Parker Bone, Cam Crow just about a dozen pins ahead, actually 11 pins ahead of their lane mates there on 17 and 18. So lots of scores coming off these 4 twosomes at the moment. Let's see here. Yeah, sorry about the technical issue with the sound getting muted before. Hopefully, seeing that Hayden Stipich 4-pin turn of the 7-pin was worth me not having any audio for a couple minutes for you. Yeah, SCT 47. Yeah, I missed local bowling on TV as well. I'm glad I was able to bring it back in Milwaukee. We had some cable bowling for a dozen years between 2007 and 2019 on Spectrum Sports and Time Warner Sports in Milwaukee. But once again, unless you subscribed to that particular cable system, you didn't get to see it unless you watched it later on YouTube. Now we're over the air. We also archive our Brew City Bowling Show on the 10 of the Deck Productions YouTube channel. Holy cow, somebody call 911 for that 7-pin. Eric Jones just made lights out for the 7. Yeah, if I was Dino Castillo, I'd be smiling about my partner's strike 2 right now. Check out Brew City Bowling Show. You can put it in your search box on YouTube after you're done watching today. And bowlers of all kinds of ages and abilities, and it's a game show wrapped up with bowling. So it's a lot of fun. We give a lot of prizes away. It's a good time for all.
said, you got one hitch in your swing, you do one little thing wrong, okay, you can't score. I go, well, I'm telling you, dude, you can't score. This isn't a home shot. You can't do everything you can score. You know what I mean? You gotta make shots. You gotta do it. Look, you can be in the pocket all day and that's it. Be in the pocket ain't good enough. And so he goes, no matter what you score or how bad your day is, he goes, you keep coming back. He says, I guarantee you there ain't one person out here that doesn't respect the fact that no matter how hard it is, you keep coming back. Right? Yeah, like I said, and I've had people say, you finished where? Oh man, I go, well, what position did you finish? That's what I said. They go, I said, oh, you didn't do it, did you? I told them, I said, I'll tell you what, we got one in a few weeks over here. You want to bowl there? I said, I'll pay your entry fee. That's what I tell them. I said, I'll pay your entry fee, dude, but go bowl. And they just look at me. I go, right. I said, because once you bowl into that, it's going to take the whole illusion that you have in your brain, because you're going to shoot 20 of how good you think you are. Because then you're going to find out you're not any good.
So a solid game for Parker. Cam Crow having some struggles. They'll be okay, though. This is the point in the tournament where we started seeing the scoring pace slow down for some of the teams just a bit. Zafino and his partner, Matt White, not going to get to the plus this game, so they're going to fall back a little bit. Castillo, glad to have Eric Jones as his partner. Castillo with some struggles this game, but Eric Jones can still pop off. 256. Probably 246. Bowling math is hard. And Cole and Stipich. Cole struggling a bit, Stipich struggling a bit, but they had a pretty decent start. Plus 173, still well within pace of actually maybe getting to one of the top four for a bye spot if they can start rolling it like they did during the first three. Dino liked it, didn't like it, liked it, still doesn't like it, but yet they all fall. That's why bowling is fun. So we got some behind-the-scenes stuff to do here with 10 on the Deck Productions. We're going to let you enjoy the rest of Game 5 with the ambient sounds and wonderful sights of Clutch Lanes and Sports Center in Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio. This is the PBA50 PBA Doubles Clutch Lane Central Open. I'm $2 Phil Brilo. We've got bowling tonight, we've got bowling tomorrow, and we'll have a couple of champions here in Cuyahoga Falls after head-to-head match play completed tomorrow.
Hey, listen, it might not happen this year. You know what I mean? But maybe it will. It could be the next event, you know? Like Ron said. You know, they're doing really good. It's not right. You can average 200 for the game back there. You know, hey, you're right.
Crazy cross here. Cross again.
Not making it easier for me. Making it way worse. Playing around.
No, not at all. I mean,
No alcohol in here if you'd like to check. You can throw me out. I'm going to make you finish.
I'm gonna make you.
I have
Your
to
punishment,
finish.
you have to finish.
I'm gonna finish. Only because of him.
Yeah.
Man, I'd have been out of here and home already. Now that's 2 hours away. I think I could go fast. Look, I've already hit. You put that on mine? Might look a little weird, but
Yeah.
at least I'm 4.5. 4 and 3. I can't hit the ball.
My swing has never been that low to the ground, ever.
You showed the picture. When you were skating down below and I stood up on the top. That way we can look each other in the somebody withdrew, so I drove back and forth 2 or 3 days to Doubles, so they had somebody bowl. Sure. I shot like 1600. Doubles, my partner and I, which is her father, the average is 230. He shot 480, I shot 474. James, who averages 230, shot 475. They were fun. That's cool. Wow. I shot a wreck. So I was fine.
Bad that game.
I haven't shot over in the Akron area for a long time. I'm not bowling tournament champion. I need hook.
All right, we'll start with lanes that are firing already, even though we just got done seeing Cam Crow and Parker Bone, Jeff Savino, Matt White, Dino Castillo, Eric Jones, Frank Cole, and Hayden Stipich. For those of you that are double tabbing us, players that came off of pairs in Game 4, they're making the big move across the house now. Skipping 5 pairs, landing on the 6th. So like these players you saw with Cam Crow and Parker Safino White, they were on 17, 18 in Game 4. So yeah, they made the big move here down to 5 and 6. All right, all the technical behind-the-scenes stuff, we're all done with that for a game again. Adam Lemreys, hey, buddy, are you going to be at the TOC on Monday, or are you coming in a little bit later? So, I'm only going to be there till I'm only getting there for Monday for the practice squad to shoot some video, and then I got to get the heck out of town. Commitments at home await, but hopefully running into you, one of the PBA super fans with Adam Lemreys. So, sucks we won't be in Bayside this year, buddy. Always good to see you there. Well, never say never. I mean, it all depends on what happens. There might be a special PBA event or two. I don't know. I mean, I have as much clue as everybody else. I know Jeff Rickles at 11thframe.com wrote an article about the current PBA TV contract situation, which is that there is none, with Fox after July, or into July, so that's why everything with the season's ending with Fox before June 30th. But you never know where bowling's going to end up. It could end up back on Fox. Could end up somewhere else. As long as it's on, we'll find it. And it's got to be on the good old TV sets, as a lot of the fans mentioned. Sure, over the air would be wonderful. But anywhere we can find it would be great as well. For those of you who want to keep up with the live scoring, I just dropped the link in the Facebook chat. Adam, sorry I won't see you. But thanks for watching. And for those of you who want to keep track of all the scores of the players in the field, there's that live scoring link. We'll get you an update here on the audio portion of the programming once the 4-game scores are calculated, verified, totaled, and retotaled. I'm going to move next door here because I still can't believe it. We'll do it after Cam Krotos is here because it just doesn't feel right. I mean, getting old yourself never feels right. But knowing somebody as long as we've known Sibo, Carlton Chambers, and knowing he's now the senior member, the PBA 50 member of a doubles team here, he's bowled in past years with Robert Smith, as Sibo was the under 50 portion of that team, but now being 50, he needed to find an under 50 partner, and he's found that with Chandler Stevens. They've had a good start to the day. Through the first 3 games, they were at plus 129. Stevens having a chunk of that with plus 84 on games of 262, 223, and 199. Chambers just consistent, 224, 206, 215. Carlton keeps doing what he's doing. Chandler keeps doing what he's doing. And we'll see them in that top 12 for tomorrow. For sure. Also on this pairing,
I never thought of it that way, but yeah, you're right.
Andrew Redding and Andrew Jazwiak is your double A and double B on 9 and 10. They were back at even after the first 3 games. On 11 and 12, there you see Jack Jurek bowling with Kevin Bianco. Jurek and Bianco at plus 29 after 3 games. Charles Farrell and Ryan Liederbach round out your double A, double B on 11 and 12. Liederbach and Farrell sitting at plus 61 after 3 games. So once again, looking to see who everybody's picking to come out of that preliminary stepladder tonight. Players in positions 5 through 9 battling it out in single game matches. Your opening match will be Kevin McCune and Nick Pate. Winner moves on to bowl Anthony Simonson. Winner moves on to bowl Sterner. Winner moves on to bowl Belmonte on the last match of this evening. My pick, I said, I got a feeling about Simonson. I got a feeling about, maybe a little karmic payback for the USBC Masters. How about that, taking it barely down on that 9-10 conversion for Bianco? I got a feeling if Simonson gets out of tonight, if he can win a couple of matches, well, you'd have to win 3 matches to get out of tonight. I think a new day tomorrow, he could take down 4 more and get himself another major victory to pad the resume. William, I don't know how Brian Himmler is doing because Brian Himmler is not here. So, Brian Kretzer's in the field. But Kretzer currently, he and his partner, JT Trepetsky, they finished off the day this morning. They were in contention for quite a while and really lost it the last couple of games. They fell back to minus 28. so they will not be advancing to tomorrow's competition. All right, we've got our 4-game standings in. Dino Castillo, Eric Jones just keep climbing the leaderboard, and they are well on pace to take down the number 1 spot from Don Barrett and Dave Watcutt. Doesn't matter if you're first or fourth, though. You're getting that same 1-round bye tomorrow. Castillo and Jones at plus 282. 129 pin advantage over second place here on B squad with Parker Bone the third, Cam Crow plus 153. Burrs and Vargo up to third on the squad plus 147. Cole and Stipich slipped down to fourth on the squad at plus 142. Sebo and Stevens in fifth on the squad at plus 140. Rowe and Wilkins sixth at plus 108. Jurek Bianco seventh at plus 80. And Hurt and Perez eighth on the squad plus 78. So we're starting to see the scoring pace slow down for some teams. We see a fallback for Safino and White. We see a fallback for Vervich and Maverick. Hogue and Bailey trying to hang tough, but they're only at plus 36. So right now, if I'm obviously Watkin Barrett at plus 386, Haggett and Fa plus 300, and even Adcock and Peters at plus 272, I'm feeling pretty good about coming back tomorrow. No way Adcock and Peters get a bye with that plus 272. Same for Beasley and Purchase. But right now, I mean, basically, if you take the team that's currently 12th overall in the standings, they're 6th on B squad with Chambers and Stevens. I know you can't get away with just simply doubling their total and seeing where they fall. But if you double their total and see where they fall, that would leave Doherty and Maldonado at plus 234 as your number 12 team. Obviously, that's all theoretical. That's all just using some doubling up math, but gives everyone an idea about what it's going to take for these last 4 games of B squad to make the match play block tomorrow. Players Championship tonight, that preliminary stepladder, 7 p.m. Eastern time on FS1. For those asking in the chat, your championship stepladder tomorrow is at noon Eastern time on the Fox network, Big Daddy Fox. So you'll be able to see your top seed, Ethan Fiore, try to go for his first title and make it a major in the process, just 1 game away. You could see Fiore last year when I was doing some behind-the-scenes work for the PBA. I'm doing some video work at the World Series of Bowling at Thunderbolt in Detroit. You could see the talent Fiore has. You could see the reason why decided to go against the college route. Almost made the Rotholman double show. His partner struggled a little bit towards the end. Had some solid finishes in the rest of the World Series of Bowling. And even though he had kind of a semi-solid PBA Tour trials, I mean, he's coming on fire. He's 33rd in Tour points right now. And that's what having the bowl, the PTQs for the Delaware Classic, the U.S. Open, the Illinois Classic, the Pete Weber. He did get some good finishes again at the World Series of Bowling. Of course, we saw him on the Nevada Classic. Ended up getting third place money in points for that event. And he really brought in some points during the PBA World Championship as well. And some solid cash as he had a 14th place finish in the overall World Championship. Didn't have a good USBC Masters, but the points he'll receive for a major, even with finishing in second place, as we almost got a Greek church conversion there by Stevens. Even second place points. I think that locks up Fiore, if assuming that the exempt field stays exempt into 2026. I think that locks up an exempt spot for Fiore for next season. Somebody is asking in the chat about Mike Carr bowling. No, there is no Mike Carr in the field this weekend. I also see a question about EJ Tackett in the chat. No, EJ is not here. He's bowled this event in the past, but with the bowling he didn't perform as well as expected at the Players' Championship, not making the initial cut down to half the field, and saw on social media that his sump pumps are not playing nice at his home for a while now. EJ not on the roster for this event, but we'll see him starting Tuesday. Well, I'm sure he'll be there for the Monday practice session as well. I'm not sure if Bowl TV is going to have the practice session. They usually do, so I would think we might see him. No problem there for Carlton Chambers on a spare he never leaves in his lifetime. Nothing like leaving the old 3, 6, 8, 10. As in where'd the ball go? The look on Carlton's first shot was spectacular. I didn't see it till now. I went back and rewound it a little bit. Yeah, he was stunned. And yeah, who doesn't pick up the 3, 6, 8, 10? I got to ask, you're 1 for 1 on that this season, right? 1 for 1? He's never left it, so he's 1 for 1 lifetime at the 3, 6, 8, 10. I've seen it at the Peterson before. I've just never seen it at a PBA tournament. Once again, hey, String Pin has their own unique pinfalls, and Carlton Chambers proves it right there. You can get some pretty unique pinfalls on, oh, like that. Here we go. There's a great break for Chandler Stevens. Should have been a light hit, probably just a 7-pin. Hey, let's leave the 5 with it and make it a 50-50 shot if he walks out of it with a spare. All right, keep working at that average. I see, I believe it's Yoda in the chat here. Yeah, keep working. I mean, you got to get to a 200 average to be eligible to bowl in a PBA event, even as a non-member. There you go. It's just a spare-making festival on 9 and 10. You know, the everyday 5, 7, you know, the 3, 6, 8, 10 you see in every tournament. So, but yeah, and one thing I will always say always, especially for players that want to bowl in a PBA regional event, even as a guest or even some high-level scratch stuff around your home, get a qualified coach. I'm not worried if they're USBC Gold, USBC Silver, whatever it may be. There's some great coaches out there that don't have USBC certification that you can work with, if not in your area, pretty near your area. Find a coach that can analyze your game and help you fix things. Honest to God, if you spend $500 for 5 lessons with a coach, it's going to help you out a hell of a lot more than 2 or 3 new bowling balls that end up in your closet after 2 months because they don't react right, because you can't repeat shots, you're not making the right moves on the lane, that type of thing. You have to have a quality coach that can analyze things for you, get you on the right path to keep improving, and then if things do go wrong, get you on the path to get things righted again. And apparently can't throw the ball with an itch, Kevin Bianco. that'd be irritating. I don't remember my arm ever itching enough to have to stop a shot. I'm going to tell a personal story. I don't tell much. I don't know if I've ever told it on the PBA live stream or not. I've told it to some friends. I've told it to some other people at events, that type of thing. So back in the early 2000s, I really started working on my game. I was a 210 average bowler on house patterns. And we had just started doing stuff with USBC for sports shot leagues at the center I was helping to manage, learning about that. And I was getting it turned around. I mean, learning about stuff on the sport patterns and then learning things from coaches, learning things from really good bowlers on how the lanes change differently on these tougher patterns, especially back in the day. If anybody remembers the World Team Challenge, I was around a lot of bowlers that bowled World Team Challenge stuff. And they were greatly helpful. Gus Yanaris, oh my God. He's a USBC Hall of Famer. Not a certified coach. I would have him coach anybody. Knows a ton on the game. And I made a marked improvement in like a year. I went from being a 210 average bowler on house to a 230 average bowler on house. So I'm like thinking to myself, hey, I could do this PBA regional thing. I can give it a shot. Nobody tried to stop me when I told them that I wanted to do it. Went ahead. It was a little different back in the day to get your PBA card. And practiced a little bit, made sure I practiced a little bit more, made sure I went out and got some new equipment, had somebody help me drill it. Joe Serrar, anybody that remembers Bowlers Journal International, late 2000s, early 2010s, Joe Serrar was the ball reviewer in that. Joe was my ball driller. And went and bowled my first PBA regional. And I should have had my alarm set for 3 hours earlier than I think it may have been set for, because it was a nightmare in qualifying. I wasn't the red leader, as they call it. I wasn't the lowest qualifier in the field, but that was a wake-up call. I wasn't as good as I thought I was. I mean, here I am, 230 on house. I've bowled on sport patterns and averaged 205, 206 on sport patterns with just 2 or 3 other bowlers on the pair. But getting to the talent that's in a PBA regional event and the way the lanes break down and everything else, that was a nightmare. I woke up from that nightmare at the end of the 8th game of qualifying, and that was my only regional, and that let me know, hey, you're just not good enough yet. And unfortunately, life got in the way. Didn't do it again. Been around bowling a lot. love doing what I do now. I'm a hell of a lot more talented, I think, as a live streamer than I am as ever was in a lane, but that's just me patting myself on the back. But yeah, when you think you're ready for a PBA regional event, don't stop working. And keep your eyes open and talk to people that know. Talk to bowlers after you're done. That helped me a lot. That also helped me make my, a couple of months down the road because, things were busy, work and stuff like that. And not a lot of regionals in the winter in the Midwest region. I just never I let my card lapse and never got back into a regional. I don't regret it. I'm glad I did it because it gave me a realistic look of where I stood against some of the best players in the country. And all these weekend warriors, enough of these weekend warriors, they're in the top 300, 400 bowlers in the country out of 1 million bowlers. Think about that. You're talking about less than 1/100th of a percent that you're going up against. My average in the regional was 178. And that was with 2 clean games at the end. And my clean games were both 2-0s. So, yeah. But don't fear bowling it. Just go in with realistic expectations. And keep your eyes open and talk to bowlers. Definitely talk to bowlers. USBC Open, too. That's another great tournament. Conditions you really don't see much anywhere else. And, if we don't count the first, out of the 15 or so years I bowled nationals back in the day, if we don't count the first 3, I averaged around 195 on the left side. That's not bad. I mean, I'd love to be a ball rolling rubber rate of a Mac McNeil off the left side. I mean, one of the most successful lefties of all time there. Anthony Pepe as well. Another player that's got a couple of USBC Eagles. But, always had a good time at the U.S. Open. I mean, it's great. You go out there with 5, 10, 20 guys, depending on the number of teams that you're with. And as I learned the first year, don't start the party until after you're done with your last ball of singles. Don't party between team and doubles. But yeah, get some coaching, have a quality pro shop guy. Don't stop working if you want to bowl a PBA regional. And don't go in with unrealistic expectations, even though I didn't think I'm going in to win. I'm like, my goal was to get in there and average 200. And nope. Didn't happen. All right, we're going to take an audio intermission here because it's been a long day. I'm hitting the 11-hour mark now between setup, call, and as I said, we're the 10 on the Deck Productions is a one-man crew, so I'm going to visit the snack bar here at Clutch Lanes. Grab a little snack, get a little refreshment. I suggest you do the same while you have the time, and we'll talk a little more bowling when we come back with Game 6 of B Squad qualifying of this PBA50 PBA Doubles Clutch Lanes Central Open. All right, we are getting ready for Game 6. For those of you that were double tapping us, apologize. Forgot to mention how many pairs are moving. Skipping 2, landing on the third for our players. So we'll start here with Zafino White, your A-B, Bone the third, and Crow, your AA double B. Along with Burbage Maverick, 9 and 10. Your A and B, your AA double B are Morris Senior and Hahnemann. And we'll move coverage in a little bit as Game 6 progresses. Dino Castillo just walked by the booth and he goes, there is a lot more bowling to go this weekend, and he's not wrong, even though his team with Eric Jones is sitting on top of the B squad standings after 4 games and sitting in a position to get a 1-round bye tomorrow for the match play rounds. There's still some best of 7 Baker matches to go through and some best of 5 if you make the semifinals or the championship round. As we'll be back here bright and early tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern time is that start time. For match play tomorrow for a team seeded 5 through 12 in the bracket. Take a peek in over at our leaders. They're on 13 and 14 currently. They're your A and double A. A and B, pardon me. And the scoreboard's kind of cut off there. Unfortunately, cameras on tables sometimes don't work well with number of fans. Sometimes you get bumped around a little bit, but you can still tell first bowler, second bowler. Your first bowler on the scoreboard on lane 13 is Castillo. Your second is Jones. All your senior players are either A or a double A. Your junior players, well, I shouldn't say junior because there is PBA junior for 18 and under, but your standard division players are your B or double B in the lineup. So we couldn't be here live streaming for you on the PBA YouTube channel without our sponsors, both local and the ones that follow 10 on the Deck Productions season-wide. The local sponsors here, thanks to the support for helping bring in the PBA50 PBA Doubles Clutch Lane Central Open to Clutch Lanes here in Cuyahoga Falls. And that thanks goes to Surfside Beverages, Carbless, Budweiser, and Cutwater. And for 10 on the Deck Productions, we couldn't put these on, well, for the last several years without their assistance. One of those sponsors being the PBA LBC National Championships. Squads are selling out. Don't wait to get in. You never know when you might have a pro like EJ Tackett or Graham Fa on your squad. Even Tom Doherty's bowled. We saw Tom Doherty in the initial PBA LBC clash from Bayside Bowl. He took down the 60 grand in that clash in 2023. 8 divisions, so you're not bowling against the pros, but you can have fun bowling with them. Get all your tournament info at pba.com/LBC tournament, and H5G Brands, the official merchandiser of the PBA. Some great new PBA logoed merchandise available. And if you're getting to that time of year where you're thinking about getting in some summer leagues, maybe bowling some tournaments around you, and you want to look stylish while you bowl, talk to one of H5G Brands designers, and they can put your ideas into a jersey and have you looking sharp out on the lanes. Get all that information at h5gbrands.com. So here we go with a score update. We're going to give you your top 12 all together, even though B squads only threw 5 games. So off of A squad, Dave Watcutt, Don Barrett, your leaders at plus 386, but Dino Castillo, Eric Jones breathing down their necks as Castillo and Jones at plus 363. Randy Weiss, Sean Lavery, Sparrow on A squad, plus 304. Michael Haggett, Graham Fa off of A squad at plus 300. Tom Adcock, Jake Peters off of A squad, plus 272. Beasley Purchase off A squad in 6th, plus 268. And Doherty and Maldonado in 7th place at plus 234. And the scoring pace is slowing down because I thought we'd see 2, 3, if not 4 teams past the plus 181 of Michael Runk and Brandon Runk currently. But they're sitting in 8th overall at that plus 181 number. Problem is, with this game and 2 more to go, there's still quite a few teams here on B squad in striking distance, including Carlton Chambers, Chandler Stevens at plus 168. Frank Cole and Hayden Stipich have really slowed down the last couple of days, probably a couple of games. They're at plus 138. Parker Bill, Cameron Crow have fallen back a bit, plus 129. And right now the cut number in 12th place here on B squad is Robert Burrs and Dean Vargo at plus 116. However, there's a lot of teams still bowling there close behind them. Rowan Wilkins just 9 pins behind. Hurt and Perez 15 behind. Watson and White were on A squad. Shreve Jr. and Vincent Billar going to need a big run, though. They're at plus 57. Jerk Bianco plus 49. Verbich Maverick plus 38. So, I mean, once again, we got a team or two that really have found it. Except on A squad, we had 5 teams that found it. There's a couple of teams that are really going to have to find it. If they're going to knock Runk squared out of the top 12 from their A squad number. Oh, there's one you see every day from a PBA Tour champion like Eric Jones. The old 1-5. Well, he's got Deadwood they're going to have to clear first. Well, I guess for as far up as that Deadwood is, it's not going to matter a lot. Well, clear out after the shot. Well, checking the stats this season, Eric Jones, yeah, 1 for 1 on the 1-5 on the PBA Tour or PBA Regional Tour. Of course, Eric Jones, the inaugural PBA Junior champion when that series was started. Jones had a really good World Series of Bowling in 2024. Made his show, ended up losing to his National Tour doubles partner, Dio Bernard, in the Cheetah Championship. Jones currently on the outside looking in on the National Tour points list. If they take 43 again, Jones is sitting in 47th. And he's going to have to go through the PTQ at the Tournament of Champions as a regional champion. He'll get to watch his doubles teammate, Dio Bernard, wait for the main field to start on Tuesday. Yeah, we're going to be surprisingly running over into the start of the FS1 show for the PBA Players Championship. Yeah, we won't be done here till a little after 7 at the pace we're going at. So if there does happen to be a tie for the final advancing position in 12th place, we'll bring you highlights of it tomorrow during the match play round, the opening match play round, but we're not staying on the air tonight. Mainly because we know everybody's going to be watching the Players Championship. Is there anybody in the chat that is not watching the PBA Players Championship tonight? I need to know. If you're watching us all day long, you have to be watching the PBA Players Championship on FS1 tonight. Scotty, we're in Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio, so half hour-ish, tops, south of Cleveland, south of the east side of Cleveland. Fairlawn, AMF Riviera Lanes, where the TOC is happening this upcoming week, is about 8 miles away, about a 15-minute drive. So if that helps you out with your geography, it's not perfect geography, but we're close. We'll stay on this pairing here. Once again, you have the option to view any pair. But we'll stay here with Stipich on the front 6. We also have another player on the front 6. With Bailey Maverick over on 9 and 10. So we'll bounce back and forth as those players step up to try to keep their perfect string rolling. It's a little unusual. On A squad, we didn't see anybody get past the first 2 or 3 before those strings were coming to an end. Or they'd start spare, find something and string it at the end of the game. But to find a front 6, that was rarefied air during A squad. Oh, that one comes up a little light for Sebo. Once again, Chambers and his partner, though, pretty decent shape right now, plus 168. So about 50 pins above the cut number. But we know in doubles competition, all it takes is you and your teammate throwing 175s and your 2 opponents throwing 225s, and all of a sudden, that 100-pin advantage you had over them is long gone. Jones gets the 8 to go. Let's see what Stipich can do here on lane 13. Looking for the sassy 7th in a row. Nope. A little quick out of the hand. And the 3-9 remains. We'll go over next door as we have Bailey Maverick on the front 6. Looking for number 7 in the consecutive order. Well, we talked about this 44-foot pattern. You get a little too far right, it stays. And right there for Hahnemann. An unpleasant awakening of what this pattern can do to you. Miss quick, miss right. High 2 count. And that is a 2 count. Oh, no, it is the 3 count. He got the 8 out. Okay. I thought he chopped the 6-10 off the 9. But he hit the 6 light enough. It sliced in front of the 9. Took out the 8. And Maverick front 7. So we'll stay here.
Can't do a football down there.
So we'll have player movement coming up here as we go from Game 6 into Game 7. And your players, if you're double tabbing us, they're going to skip a pair, land on the second. So the players you see here on 9 and 10 will go to 13 and 14. 11 and 12 will go to 15 and 16 and so on. So skip a pair, land on the second. As Maverick might not be able to get perfection after that spare in the 8th and looking to spare on the 10 pin here in the 9th, which he does. So he can get to 262. But yeah, it's not too often that somebody's on the front 7 and the ball goes right, stays right. Unfortunately, Maverick had the 2 count on TV a little bit ago. He was checking out something on the palm of his hand. Not sure if he has an injury, some skin removal or something, but he did come back and pick up the spare. So yeah, a little unusual way to get to 262. It's always unusual to get a 2 at the end of your score sheet, but Maverick really taking the hard way of doing it. Let's see though. How much? Ohio Greens guy, they didn't start at 2. They probably, after practice was done, it was closer to 2:30. I don't think the pace itself is slow. It's just we have some teams that haven't figured out the hard work pattern, and they might be having a lot of frames where they're throwing 2 balls a frame instead of getting the string of strikes. So I think that's the reason for the slowdown. The machinery here at Clutch Lanes has been running really, really smooth. So, yeah, I just think it's there's a lot of players, unfortunately, shooting a lot of second shots. and that's slowed the pace down. And like I said, we're probably not going to get done with this squad till, I hate to say it, probably closer to 7:30, if not a little bit after. So we're going to be well into the FS1 show when that happens. So player movement, like we said, skipping a pair of Lanny on the second. These players you see on 9 and 10. I'll move to 13 and 14, 11 and 12, move to 15 and 16, and so on. Game 7 coming up next. All right, we bounced around here. We ended up in 5 through 8 to start with here in Game 7. So Hurt is your A, Perez your B. They were kind of flirting with the cut number a little earlier, but fell back. They're at plus 101 and 14th. Chuck Lupica the third and Antonio Vernon. They're to the minus currently. Dave Johnson, Frank Testa, they had a solid start. But they've fallen back into the minus after 5. So Johnson and your Tester, your AB on 7. Burrs and Vargo, that's the team that was on the cut number after 5. Burrs your A, Vargo your BB. Here on 7 and 8. If you have any questions, drop them in the chat. Yeah, Norm, 2022. The PBA League at Bayside. He announced it before the tournament started, told me we were sitting at the bar for about 45 minutes talking, and Norm goes, "This is it. I'm done." And I was like thinking, okay, you're not going to bowl PBA League anymore. You're going to manage. He goes, nope. Competitively, I'm done. And he almost went out on top as the Portland Lumberjacks took out his Dallas Strikers. But who could ever forget Norm Duke throwing that last strike to close out that TV show?
Whoever says hi.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I was checking out something else. Went back when I said when I saw in the chat that I've never seen a foul like that before. I'll tell you what. Robert Burris is probably thankful that he wasn't even. He could have easily been hurt on that shot. You see bowlers go down, they hit that oil. And they can really hurt themselves. I mean, the good news is after the foul, he struck, well, he spared. And the one thing you always got to worry about in that situation is when you step in the oil, getting lane conditioner on your shoe.
That split up, but they went on different teams. Because I think Marty saw one so I think they just kind of yeah. I know they go to Chapel. I know Monday nights they don't. Yeah, because Marty was with his son and a couple,
So let me drop that scoring link back in the chat since it's been a couple of games since I threw it in there for you, so you can see these score updates as they come across. I see Bobby Jekyll in the office working hard on the scores as they just all came in. And we're working on getting those verified. our leaders on this squad with Dino Castillo, Eric Jones. They're up on 17 and 18. They are just getting into their third frame. We'll check in on them after we get the score update. And that cut number is going to get real interesting, especially for the buys. Because bowlers like Carlton Chambers, Chandler Stevens, Frank Cole, Hayden Stippich are going to need 2 big games from each player to get into the buys. Right now, Castillo and Jones have a 90-pin cushion over 5th place to stay in. Antonio Vernon promised me strikes. He said, watch lane 6, there's going to be a lot of striking. There was before that shot, and then a bad break leaves him with the 4, 7, and 10. Went down to talk to Bailey Maverick a couple of frames back about when he was looking at his palm of his hand after he had that big string in Game 6. Said he went to wipe off debris off the bottom of his shoe and he got a sliver. The last thing that I would expect. I mean, there are wood approaches here, but they're well maintained. It may not, I mean, it could have been any other type of debris as well. Maybe not just necessarily a sliver, but yeah. Unusual bowling injuries for 500, Alex. It was a small cut, but it's a nuisance cut because it's on where the ball sits on the palm of his hand. So we'll have to see how that affects Maverick, especially as he and his partner John Verbich trying to climb back up. They got a ways to go to get into the top 12. Let's get back and check in with our leaders with Jones and Castillo. Castillo spare 3-bagger. Jones stepping up, looking for his first double of the game after the first frame open. That sassy little 8-pin tried to stand. Eric Jones said, not this time, 8-pin. Oh, no. Not this time.
Yeah. That's what I wanted. Checking my area.
Castillo's had a heck of a day. Through 5. Castillo games 267, 276, 216, 186, and 203 to get the plus 148. His teammate, though, Eric Jones, 289, 202, 212, 234, 278 for plus 215. And we're still waiting on the six-game scoring update. You see Bobby Hart at work in the tournament office, so he's just making sure all scores are verified before they go out on the website. Hi, Nate Purchase. I get to watch you bowl again tomorrow for at least 4 games of Baker with your partner. Because that total you put up earlier today with Mitch Beasley at plus 268, you're definitely going to be in the bracket. It's just a matter of who you're going to be bowling that 8 a.m. Eastern time match against. We'll have 8 teams back here, all the teams that are in 5th through 12th places after qualifying. And they will battle in a best-of-7 match immediately following that initial match play round. The 4 winners will advance to bowl the teams that qualified 1st through 4th in a best-of-7 match, Baker games. And those match play paces move pretty quick because the players will be spread out across the house. They'll have a pair between them, and that pace goes pretty quick for the Baker games. I remember last year we had a best-of-7 match that went all 7 games, and we were done in an hour and 15 minutes. So, yeah, it'll hustle tomorrow. Once we have our 4 semifinalists, it'll turn into a best-of-5 Baker match play round. And then our championship round with our 2 remaining teams will also be best-of-5. Here we go. We have our scoring update. After 6 games on B squad, all games completed on A, we're going to give you the full rundown of the teams. Watkin Barrett plus 386. They were on A squad. Castillo and Jones bowling now. As you see, Eric Jones getting ready to step up on lane 18. They're at plus 319. Weiss and Lavery Spar of the Sean variety at plus 304. As the band decides to do sound check in the bar. Hopefully somebody tells them to keep it down. Michael Haggett, Graham Fogg currently in the buy spot at plus 300. And then there's 3 teams immediately behind them that were also on A squad that can't pass them. The Adcock, Peters, Beasley, and Purchase, Doherty, and Maldonado. Doherty and Maldonado sitting at plus 234. Cole and Stipich here on B squad are at plus 194 with this game and an additional remaining. We'll check in on those bowlers momentarily again. Well, actually, they're on the pair that we're on with Castillo and Jones, so we can check on them right now. As Cole's got an open but an offset double, and Stipich keeping it clean. In 9th place currently, if the Runk Squared are watching in the hotel room, they got a chance. They're at plus 181, 50 pins above the cut number currently. Chambers and Stevens in 10th, plus 152. Hurt and Perez up into 11th, plus 138. And Parker Bone and Cam Crow are the number after 6 games at plus 133. But there's 3 other teams within 50 pins of them currently. One of those just being 2 pins behind with Burrs and Vargo. Rowe and Wilkins, 43 back. Verbich and Maverick, 50 back. And then you have to go, they have a 90 pin advantage over Hogue and Bailey. And almost 100 pins over Shreve and Ballar. And after that, you're getting into the minus. So that's going to be a tough call to reach back and get 130 pins the way these lanes are treating the bowlers right now. Not saying it's impossible, but yeah, it'd be tough work. So let's check in and see how our cut bowlers are doing on 15 and 16. There you see Parker and Crow talking things over. They're your double A, double B. So both clean, both working on doubles. So pacing in the 2 teens, and that's not a bad pace to have right now. But I'm sure if they can both get out of here with 230s or better, it's going to make Game 8 a little more relaxing for that duo, not having to need as many pins to stay ahead of the cut number. Wow. You mentioned Zafino, quite a few back. They're 110 back right now, the cut number, and ring 10s like that don't help the cause. Maverick, apparently that little ding to the palm with that splinter not helping him, not hurting him out too much, I should say. 4-bagger and a spare. And Parker got double jumped. I don't think he was ready for it. And Emilio Morris Sr., experienced tour player. I think Emilio is coming over to apologize to Parker in a second. Even though you're having a long day, even though you might be having some struggles, you want to make sure you don't jump another player, cause any issues. But Parker tried to recompose himself, 6 to the face, and yep. The gentleman that he is, Parker will just roll with the punches and pick up the spare, or attempt to pick up the spare. This 2-4-7-8. Not going to be the easiest. And yikes, open frame for Parker. Wilkins and Rowe in 14th overall, plus 90. Take a peek in over here on Wilkins as he's looking for his 6th in a row. Doesn't happen, gets half. And hopefully the microphone on the camera is not catching those particular phrases. But as you can see there, Bill Rowe struggling, 83 in the 6th, to spare up. So that team needs a lot of help this game to stay near the cut number. Crow stepping up, looking to pick up his partner. And Crow comes light, leaves the railroad. Cam Crow currently sitting at plus 72 for his 6 games. Holding his partner in there, Parker Bowen, plus 61, so almost equal team effort. But Crow is going to need to spare here, keep a couple pins on the scoreboard. His teammate didn't. And keep themselves at or above that cut number. Ooh, you can see there, Crow not 100% confident on that release. Let's check in with our leaders once again on 17-18 and check in with our 10th place team, Stevens and Chambers, on 19 and 20. Stevens keeping the score sheet clean after an opening 3-bagger. We got a 5-bagger there for Chambers, surrounded by spares. They're currently 19 pins up on Bone and Crow for the cut line. 31 up on Burrs and Vargo as first team out. So they're looking to extend a bit. As we'll get back to Burrs and Vargo in a second. Burrs, you saw that first frame foul where we found out that he could have a second career as a senior figure skater. The way he handled that slippery surface. And he's bounced back. He's coming up on lane 8. There you see his scoreboard, double A. Did have an open in the 4th, but he's offset with a double here and can make it a 3-bagger and still have a chance for 224. His teammate Vargo can still get the 203, so they can keep themselves real close to the cut line with 1 to go. Take down that 4-pin. Robert Burrs. Eric Jones back to fire in all 10 in the pit. Sebo in front of the ball return. Who says senior players can't play in front of the ball return? Not Carlton Chambers. Carlton's comfortable in front of that ball return. Well, right now, Carlton Chambers has a chance to put the biggest score of Game 7 on the scoreboard, so we're going to stay with this pair as he has a chance to put up 269. we've got some scores coming in. We still have Carlton Chambers with a chance to really solidify his team getting in the top 12 for tomorrow. See if Chandler Stevens can bounce back here in the foundation frame. For those of you that are double tabbing, that'll be our final lane movement of, now the evening. And hopefully you're either going to stick with us or maybe come back and catch the archive later, or maybe some of you will double screen. I know that PBA Players Championship preliminary stepladder is going to be starting in about 18 minutes. Once again, if there is a tie for 12th place, we're not going to stick around on air for that tiebreaker. I know sometimes they do that on Bowl TV and other services, but we'll get you highlights for sure and show it to you tomorrow if that's the case, because there are some teams that are close to that particular cut line number. So the player movement after Game 7 into Game 8 is they're simply just going to skip a pair, land on the second. So the players you see here on 19 and 20 are going to finish on the end pair. On 23 and 24, 17 and 18 moves to 21 and 22. And I'm going to go refresh my beverage. You can refresh yours. Get yourself ready for the 8th game of PBA50 PBA Doubles Clutch Lanes Central Open B Squad qualifying, as we will finalize our top 12 advancing to match play tomorrow. Once again, that match play round starts at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Thanks to everybody for joining us this afternoon. Hope you stick with us through the 8th game of B Squad. If you don't, we fully understand. We know there's some big PBA Tour stars on FS1 at 7 p.m. from the Players' Championship from Jack 60 in Jackson, Michigan. All right, just talked to Robert Burrs. Many of you that are watching in the beginning of Game 7 saw Mr. Burrs with the foul that took him out about 10 feet on the lane, almost took a fall. But I talked to him, and everything's good. Didn't hurt anything, didn't pull anything, just scared more than anything. So, but yeah, he said don't know why he stuck. Moved pairs, checked his sole before, as he always does, and just happened to stick, and away he went. And not a problem the rest of the game with sticking. So, just one of those bowling things, I guess you could say. But especially when you're fighting for the cut number, I mean, right now with Burrs and Vargo being just 2 pins behind Parker Bone and Cam Crow in for the cut number after 6 games. We'll get that 7-game scoring update in a few minutes. We've got a couple of pairs just finishing up. Hopefully the drummer and the band there doesn't get too loud with the timpani during sound check. They had a good band here last night. Another good band tonight. Well, in a case of it might be too little too late for Robert Smith and Zeke Bate. I won't even tell you the minus they're at right now, but they're both on the front 5 here in Game 8. As soon as I say something. Ring 10, yeah. That had to happen a few times today. I know it's coincidence and everything else, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to mention his teammate at all, so let the teammate keep striking. So here's your 14-game scoring update. I say 14 because obviously 2 players, 7 games in so far. That makes 14 total games for the team. So right now, Watkin Barrett still your leaders off of A squad at plus 386. Castillo-Jones just treading water the last couple of games, so they're at 362 over. They have 62 pins above the cut number. They have 90 pins above 5th place, looking for that cut to the top 4 for the 1-round bye. Weiss and Spar plus 304, Haggett Fa plus 300. Both those teams on A squad. Here's 2 more teams on A squad in 5th and 6th with Adcock, Peters, Beasley, and Purchase. Frank Cole, Hayden Stipich, big game 7 for those players, gets them up to plus 242. In 7th, Doherty Maldonado plus 234. I'd say with a 90-pin gap over the cut right now. And actually, it's more than 90. Actually, they have over 13th place. They have 134 pins, so we'll see Doherty and Maldonado tomorrow. What a great comeback for that team after a rough start the first 2 games today. SIBO, Carlton Chambers, and Chandler Stevens at plus 187. The Runks still hanging in there off of A squad. They're 10th at plus 181. Verbiage Maverick plus 155. They're on 17 and 18. Let's get back to them, as those big strike strings by Bate and Smith come to an end. So there's Verbiage and Maverick. They are in the 3rd frame. They're your bowler A and double A. So an open for Maverick in the 2nd. Plus 155, your team on the number is going to be Burrs and Vargo at plus 146. Burrs and Vargo on 11 and 12 this game. They're just underway. But Burrs has started his first 2 frames with consecutive opens. Vargo's holding him in with a double. So 146 is the number currently, but Shreve Jr. and Ballar plus 101. Ron Hurt, Gene Perez at plus 100, and Parker Bone III, Cameron Coe still within reasonable striking distance. Even Jack Jurek, Kevin Bianco at plus 80, still within reasonable striking distance. It's going to take a heck of a game from Rowe and Wilkins to jump up into the top 12. As they're currently 76 outside the number. It's not impossible, but they're going to need a ton. And it's not starting well for Rowe and Wilkins, as they have yet to strike through the first 2 frames. Now Rowe just struck, and well, it looks like Wilkins just struck as well. So still an outside chance, but they're going to need a lot of help. Let's get over to Burrs and Vargo. There you see Vargo getting ready to step up. Burrs stopped the bleeding with a strike in the 3rd. Vargo looking for a 3-bagger. Hurt and Perez treading water right now. No opens, but no doubles through 4, and that assumes that Perez picks up his corner pin here in the 4th. And Vargo comes high. Wow, Verbiage just emailed a request for help on lane 17, airmailed. Well, there's a team that's back ahead. We saw them on 3 and 4, bowling with Smith and Bate. That's a team just outside the number now. It's Shreve and Ballar. Let's get over to them. As there you see Ballar stepping up in the 8th frame, looking for a double. Gets it. But those 2 opens by Shreve back-to-back, 5-6 frames. That could be the end of the road. I mean, they can still get to 225 for Shreve and 223 for Ballar. But when they're coming in at plus 101, might not have enough room to make it up. Especially because they're 45 pins in arrears to Burrs and Vargo at the moment. Jerk and Bianco are your A and B on 1 and 2. Jerk's going to need to throw a whole bunch of strikes, especially for as far behind as there. They're at plus 80 getting into this game, so they're 66 behind Burrs and Vargo. And Burrs now doubled after his opens in the first 2 frames. Vargo with a double, keeping it clean through 4, so these teams are going to have a tough time catching up. As Jurek gets the 9 to go, keeping the dream alive. And especially if Bianco can get to 269, sometimes you just never know. Bianco needs this to keep the momentum going. Nope. Oh, gets the huge break on the crossover to keep the dream alive. Verbic and Maverick currently in 11th at plus 155. They're looking to stay in the top 12. The cover there by Verbic will help. Let's get down to the end pair. As we know, Castillo and Jones are in, but the next team in line ahead of Verbic and Maverick here on B squad, Carlton, Chambers, Chandler, Stevens, they're at plus 187. They're your A and B. So Sebo clean with a double through 6. Stevens clean with a double through 5. Right next door is Stipich and Cole. They're at plus 242. And other than Stipich having some issues, Stipich with 66, pardon me, in the 5th. He struck in the 6th, strike here in the 7th, and I mean, there are 100 up on the number almost, and they have 140 over 13th place. Yeah, they're in. We're checking them off. We're not checking on them again. Let's get back down to 3 and 4 as Shreve and Ballar try to get into the number, but being 45 out and not putting up too much of a score here. Yeah, the most they can put up is +7. And Maximum Bob is glad to be done. Well, I guess don't 100% count Jurek and Bianco out yet either, as they can get past Shreve and Ballar and at least tease that cut number a little bit more. Parker Bone, Cameron Crowe just can't get a big game going here. They're at +87, almost 60 behind the number, and they're clean through 5.5 frames, but there's only one double between the two players. Crowe 5 for 5 in his spare attempts. Not a time to be worried about the spare game. You got to start tossing strikes. I'll tell you what, 243 if Jurek can go sheet, and 269 for Bianco if he can go sheet. He's taking advantage of that crossover in the 7th, pilot another one on the 8th. They could still make a sniff. Oh my goodness. That's going to loosen that swing up for the 10th frame for Jurek. Wow. How about that? We said it's tough to make up 100 pins when you get into Game 8, as this condition with the Billy Hardwick is broken down. We saw that on A squad, nobody making big moves in Game 8. But Bianco and Jurek trying to do it here. And they can get enough to get ahead of Michael Runk and Brandon Runk, but they have to go sheet to do it, or at least both get a double in the 10th frame. Obviously, Bianco needs this strike too in order to get to +100 on the game for the team. Otherwise, they can still find themselves in cut range. Just the Runk squared won't have to sweat as much. How about that? So 194 for John Shreve Jr. Yeah, it is not going to be enough, especially with the game that Jurek and Bianco are putting up right now. Cam Crowe finally received his first strike of Game 8 in the 6th frame. And I'll tell you what, Frank Cole is holding him and Stipich in right now. And Stipich has bounced back with a 3-bagger after having 66 in the 5th. Sebo and Stevens having a solid game. There you see Jurek coming into the left side of your picture on lane 1. This is a must-have in his mind. Out of the hand, down the lane, needs help. No break. So it can still get to 221 with a full ride. Let's go up and check out Sebo and Chandler Stevens. They're pacing +20 as a team for the game. And considering they're at +187, I'm going to pencil them in to advance. Not going to write it in full ink yet. Jurek did pick up his spare. We'll get back down there for the fill ball. Yeah, Jones and Castillo get to sleep in tomorrow. They'll get a bye through the first round, along with Waka Barrett, Weiss, Lavery Spar, and Haggett and Fa. Yeah, Cole and Stipich aren't going to get there, but what a great comeback here for Stipich. Make it 4 in a row. So Jurek, full ride to 221. There he gets it. And he knows 21 pins he lost, first ball of the 10th frame. He's hoping it doesn't come back to haunt him after all the totals are made. Balls of the day for Bianco. He can punch here. They get the plus 90. So they're not going to pass Runk and Runk, as they would get to a plus 170 total. But they would definitely be in for match play tomorrow. There you go. There's the first one. You see Jurek scouting that one down all the way. Check in on Parker and Crow momentarily, but it's looking like they're not going to get there. Second one in the 10th. There you go. What a huge game by Bianco. And we are going to see Jurek and Bianco in the first round of match play tomorrow. Burrs and Vargo, they're on lane 12. Your double A and double B having a very solid game, especially Vargo has his string interrupted by going high, leaving the 3-6. But right now, as that team, if they're pacing a 420 team pace like they are, they will have enough pins to stay in the cut. So there we go, 267. So Jurek and Bianco are in. Nothing like time for a drum solo during game 8. Should see Verbich stepping up momentarily. They're your team on 17. He's going to defer to Zaffino. So plus 168 for Jurek and Bianco. Double, they're huge right now for Verbich. Parker, oh no. Parker with the footwork issue, and that could be the end of the tournament for Bone and Crow. Let's get back to Burrs and Vargo. They were the number. They were number 12 at plus 146, and I'll tell you what, they are making the move to stay in the cut this game. So right now it's going to be Verbich and Maverick. They're going to need to get a score here. In order to stay in. I said we're going to see Jurek and Bianco tomorrow. That's not necessarily the case, as everybody in front of them is throwing solid games as well. So Vargo marks in the 10th. He's in the 230s. Burrs marks in the 10th. He's at 2-0. And they're going to need that to stay ahead of Jurek and Bianco. And we still have to go back to Maverick and Verbic because they might be the ones falling back out. Let's get back over to Verbic. Here you see Cam Crow still struggling, so I hate to write him off as Parker. Wow. Parker leaves a 5. So they're done. Verbic, huge shot there. This is coming down to the final ball, ladies and gentlemen. No doubt about it. Checking on Sebo and Stevens. There you go. Sebo's going to be in the 220s. Even if Stevens opens, he's in the 190s. And that's more than enough to stay ahead of Jurk and Bianco. So that was their concern. So we know Chambers and Stevens are in. Let's check in over on Burris. Huge toss for Burris. Absolutely huge at this point. Maverick in a must-strike situation here, as he can only get to 201. That doesn't strike, and now Verbic and Maverick looking like they might be in trouble. They need to get to plus 14 as a team. Spare here and striking out, it's 190. That means, oh, geez, they're going to need some strikes here. They're definitely going to need some strikes here for Maverick and Verbic to stay in. Once again, unofficially Jurk Bianco at plus 168 right now, looking like they may replace Verbic and Maverick in the top 12. How about that for Burris? Goes from Dorothy Hammer to throw in the hammer. I tried making that one work, and I tripped over Dorothy Hamill. Son of a gun. Goes from Dorothy Hamill in Game 7 to throw in the hammer in Game 8 to help his team advance to tomorrow. Yeah, there you see Cam Crow. 1 strike in 9 frames. That's a little surprising at this moment. And now leaves an open, and they are unfortunately going to be done. So now it's down to Verbic and Maverick, and it's going to take a lot of strikes for those two. How about that cover by Antonio Vernon? Well done. What a finish by Burrs. Gets 223. Yeah, and they don't even need a lot out of Vargo. Vargo just needs to keep the ball in the lane. So we're going to stick back to 17-18 because the team that matters right now getting in the 10th frame is Maverick and Verbic. If Verbic strikes out for 234 and Bailey gets to 180, it would be enough. So they're going to need at least 1 double out of the teammates, if not 2, depending on pin count. As Verbic and Maverick need to get to plus 14 on the game to stay ahead of Jurk and Bianco. There's the first one in the 10th for Verbic. The second one here is going to be huge. Actually, all 3 will be huge. If he doesn't get the first one here, or if he doesn't get the second one here, he'll be in the 220. Yeah, he's got to get the second one here because Maverick's only working on the spare. So if he goes 9 spare here, that's only 213, and Maverick can only get to 190. And they need to get to plus 14. So 224, yeah, it's a full punch and a full punch now, and I'm doing the math. Verbic and Maverick both have to strike out in the 10th frame to get in by a pin. Wow. Talk about some dramas. Hopefully some of you stuck around for this. I know many of you are probably double screening right now. How about that? Verbic keeps the dream alive. And once again, this is fully unofficial. Oh, no, so he's 234. Yeah, he needed that 223, so 234. So if he gets a strike here, Maverick can go strike and fill with a spare, and they would have plus 14 on the game. But Maverick's going to need the strike on the first ball regardless. Well, that's something you don't see too often, a super washout falling into a 6-7-10. So if Verbic strikes here, it makes his 10th frame a little easier. There you go, 234. So Maverick needs a strike on the first ball. If he goes 9 spare strike, it's a tie unofficially with Bianco and Jurek. As I said that right when Kevin Bianco looked up at me when he was walking by the desk turning his score sheet in. So Bianco's going to be an interested spectator right now, as we all are. 8 or less on this first ball from Bailey Maverick. And they're getting a check, but they're not advancing to tomorrow. Maverick, there you see creeping in, lane 17. Is he going to get the hit? No, he does not, and it's 8. It's done. It's 178. That's plus 12. And they're going to be a pin short, even with the conversion by Maverick. So fully unofficial, in no particular order, Waka Barrett 1. We know for sure. Castillo Jones 2, Weiss, Lavery, Spar 3, Haggett 5. Those are your buys for tomorrow. The other 8 teams making it as Maverick opens. And it's done. Adcock Peters, Beasley Purchase, Cole Stipich, Doherty Maldonado, Chambers Stevens, Runk and Runk, Burris and Vargo. And coming in with a huge last game, unofficially your number at plus 168. Is going to be Jack Jurek and Kevin Bianco by less than a mark. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? What a finish here at Clutch Lanes, but our excitement is not done. For the weekend, we have match play coming up tomorrow. That is an incorrect time. Graphics department needs to be on the ball a little bit more, as it will be at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Not 8:30 as you just saw. So 8 a.m. is your start time for match play in this PBA50 PBA Doubles Clutch Lanes Central Open. Once again, if you want to check all the scores after they're updated, after this final game, you'll see them through that link on your page. Can't wait for everybody to join us tomorrow morning. Watch the excitement on FS1 right now. And we'll see you tomorrow.